that a little
I do
hard?
want to tell you, I
Yes.
got rid of Fairy Fire
Mm.
as a spell. Maybe I can do that on a long rest.
Hmm.
And picked up Pass Without a Trace.
Picked up which?
Pass Without a Trace.
Ah, okay. Very interesting. Okay. Um, hmm. Learning from Mallow, huh?
Yeah, that's one way I was thinking of playing it. Since he's not here, I thought that might be helpful for us.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. We'll see how that progresses. Okay. So, that being said, let's see how the night progresses. We will start as we always do with the classic. Anyone want to run through what you remember from last time, or I will give us a quick summary as well. Either or.
My notes aren't
Last
opening, so give me a minute.
Yeah, no
But
worries.
Fred can do it.
Or I mean,
Yeah.
you guys can all
Okay.
just kind of throw details out too. I'm just looking to see what you remember.
So, we heard crackling um in the from what we thought was the entranceway,
Mm-hmm.
right? At night through our long rest. We believe that the Frostmaiden is coming in. Um, kind of got that, you know, little sense of a cold draft coming in. We summoned like 12 skeletons. We came up with our plan to slide down the tunnel and to fall into the trap, which we did. And at the bottom of the tunnel, we came across some sea monsters that came out of the water. They were fire resistant or immune, I'm not really sure which. Um, they pretty much grappled all of us and took large chunks of health from us. We killed all the sea monsters. We then smashed all the eggs slash snowballs slash round objects in the next room. Um, I cast web on a bunch of the tunnels, but that's all disappeared by now because it only lasted an hour. And we made our way down the next tunnel to try to get to the city a little faster. We came upon the trees and a what we believe to be a dryad. Um, she was a little creepy, very lonely, wanted us to stay. Um, yeah, she Hathawin was her name. She's bound here by Netherese magic. She told us the hyenas came around, but they came around rarely. She is afraid of them. We did not tell her that we killed the hyena vampire. Um, she has magical pears. We can eat as many as we want. Uh, the Drow patrol from the west to the southeast, where the city is. Um, there definitely are spiky turtle shell creatures in the southern room. They pretty much keep to themselves. She wants us to spend the night, and she's overly friendly, wants Pluzak to fornicate with the trees.
Is that how you wrote it down?
And yep, um, Artie starts eating some pears.
Oh no.
Um, so they got whatever magical benefits from that. We found out that the bright light room was not a bright light room. It was a bunch of
A mirror
mirrors.
room. Yeah.
Yep. The tapping on the west wall, the zombie or whatever, mummy that was tapping on the wall on the ice. We freed, and he instantly decided to go back to the city from which he was in and tend to the library. I think it was. I wrote down. He was a librarian. We did ask it a few questions. Didn't really get too much information. Kara had gone over to the spear that's sticking out of the ground. She touched it, and it stopped glowing. Nothing in the rooms to the east. Just, some haunting. Oh, and there was some haunting before we came down the tunnel. I wrote that down here. Mace was getting a little haunted. So there's some sort of like weird haunting effects in some of these rooms. And then we saw the city, and it is bigger than the caves. Of course, the city would be bigger than caves. Oh, I also ate a pear.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Very good summary. It's like you're the one who watched through the video earlier today, not me.
I didn't watch the video.
I haven't
That's all
gotten it
my
up on
notes.
YouTube yet. It's I
Oh,
finished
okay.
it today. Yeah, I haven't actually compiled it. So, yeah, no, you pretty much nailed everything I can think of. That is absolutely spot on. I think it was specifically Mace who went to take a peek at the city, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there is that, but everything is still spot on. I don't know if you guys want to share what your pairs do. That's all up to you guys. But you can. I mean, I pretty much implicitly told you guys you are aware of what it allows you to do. So, however you want to
I
handle
mean,
that.
I already shared mine last time, so if people don't remember it, that's their problem.
No, absolutely. I'm just figuring I can clarify for you. It's not like it's something that's just like kind of magically happening as a tingle in the back of your head. I'm just letting you have those abilities as players. So, however you want to manage that. But yes, everything's spot on. Do you actually remember, by the way, because I am curious, it was like one of the few little details not mentioned, what the actual hauntings were that you guys had?
Not by.
Haunting? Oh, from like the curses or ghosts or whatever we're calling. We're
Yeah,
calling
what
those
you and
hauntings.
Mace experienced.
Uh, Mace had like a warm breath on his neck. He turned around, nothing's there, and
Yeah, he also heard footsteps behind him whenever he moved. Yeah, because
I
he
don't.
tried to swing chance at it.
That's right. I didn't write down what
The other one was,
I experienced.
I believe yours was, you heard a whole bunch of whispers, and among them, from time to time, you would hear your name mentioned every now and again. Just so you know, I just find those kind of fun. That was one of those little details that I actually think is pretty cool in the campaign. Regardless, we find ourselves coming back in on the Grove. At the very end of last session, it was kind of agreed upon that because you guys had eaten the pears, you would remain, at least for your next long rest, with Hathawin here in her grove. Kara has sat down and has kind of started to prepare herself for said long rest. But I would point out that we kind of run into this similar problem as your last long rest, where a good chunk of the day may have gone past from your fight and breaking the eggs and adventuring through here. But there's still a couple hours left before the long rest really sets in, or at least before you can truly kind of start it. So I just wanted to open it up before anything else and say, do you guys want to do anything with those couple hours? You could, of course, always explore more if you want. You could go and just start working on your own projects and things if there's anything you want to do as characters. But the time is yours.
Time has come.
Or we can just do a time skip. I'm not gonna, we can literally just fucking Fallout wait the shit.
Um, I guess I would talk to Kara and say what happened really with getting the spear. Why didn't you come back with it? Or
I did try to pull the spear from the ice. It's gigantic, and I couldn't get it to budge.
Of all people, you couldn't get it to us.
It's been stuck in the ice for untold thousands of years. Didn't want to
Okay.
budge.
okay.
Try breaking the edge if you want.
Yeah, we have ways of melting ice.
I mean, if we want to go back and try, I'm willing to attempt.
I think would be worthwhile, maybe.
I mean, is this spear going to be beneficial to us in any way? Do we think that
I mean,
like it's
can
gonna
anyone
help?
carry it?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
The spear was intended for use by a frost giant by the looks of it. It's the style weapon they would use in this territory. I might be able to wield it if I've enlarged, but Other than that, can't carry it around on my back when I'm not at that size. We looked at it. There was nothing out of the ordinary aside from the glow. And when I grabbed onto it to try and pull it out, that glow dissipated. So
There's no more glow.
there is no more glow.
So it's not the spear's not glowing anymore.
It is not.
Huh.
Mm. Are you
Hmm.
glowing? Is Kara glowing?
Does she any different?
No,
I
Kara
will
herself
roll.
is not much different. I think I need to check something. Un momento. Do you have the number in front of you, Kara? Is it an hour that it changes?
Yes.
So since you did that, I'd say it's probably been an hour or two. So I guess let me ask this, Mace. I guess is it both of you that are kind of
Yeah, we're kind of both.
chatting with her, just paying attention? Okay.
Mhm.
So I guess both of you just give me a perception check. See how much you pay attention to Kara normally. Okay.
He has boobies.
I feel like you're still busy rolling under the trees, Pluzak, because that was still requested, right?
Yeah,
I like how you decided
Kara's
to put it in
here?
your notes when realistically she was like, "Can you fertilize my trees?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess you're right, man. It's a little different meeting, but hey." Okay, so
You asked.
I will say it's like this. Pluzak, while you're rolling around, you kind of glance at Kara and you just feel like something seems a little different about her. You would kind of have trouble telling what it is currently. If either of you choose to, well, I guess it would just be you, Pluzak. You'd be the only one who's kind of aware. If you choose to study her further, or if you have another method by which you think you might be able to tell this difference, let me know. But you can do so over the next hour and see what happens. Okay, that might work.
Oh.
Let me check something.
For those that can't read, detect magic.
Like me. All right.
You know, if anybody's watching, they might not be able to see the text.
Oh, is it too grainy sometimes for you? Is that
I don't know.
is that what
I
it is?
mean, you know, I listen to it, so I don't
I
really
gotcha. You're doing it
watch
for
it.
yourself. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I need to. Interesting. Mm, yeah, I don't know that it has a school of magic, but there's definitely some sense of magic coming from Kara.
Would it be any of the magical items I'm wearing?
That's the thing that I'm kind of confused about is I don't know if there's a way. I guess theoretically, the whole thing about it, you learn it's school of magic. So, Pluzak, roll me one more perception
Arcane.
check now that you've done detect magic. Um, you're succeeding no matter what on this. I'm just trying to figure out how much detail I'm giving you. Okay, this is perfect.
More
Okay,
detail.
so you actually, as you glance at Kara, at first you see this, you know, she has her general kind of aura of magic that you would feel anytime you look at someone who carries magic weapons or anything. But as you know spend some time studying her, you're able to differentiate from things. You see her spear, you see her sword at her hip. You know, you can tell her armor, of course, is radiating in its own kind of glimmer of light. But you also kind of can tell beneath it all is Kara's kind of general magic. You know, she has those runes on her arm that you can kind of tell are magical by nature by looking at them now. But there's also just a general charm that seems to be around her that is very different from any of the magics that you would kind of say feel familiar to you on Kara's form. And as you're studying this, you actually notice that this magical sense that feels a little different from her is slowly expanding outward. But then you realize it's not necessarily just that magical aura. Clear enough?
She's getting fat.
Mm,
Her is pregnant.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
If by being pregnant she goes up and also out.
I don't know how this works in people like her. She's
Okay.
pregnant.
All right, you can ask. They meant that might be your assumption, but at this point, that is what you notice.
Kara, have
Hmm?
you been fertilized?
Oh my god.
I feel like Mace actually says that out loud. Like,
Kara will raise an eyebrow and
meanwhile, the
no,
dryad is playing with Kara's hair.
Are you sure?
no, yeah, I'm
It
pretty sure.
seems your breasts are getting bigger,
Looks down at herself.
which I know tend to happen, you know, when you're of child and you look to be getting a little bigger elsewhere
You
on
just
your
call her
body
fat.
parts.
Kara will
That's really uncool,
stand up
man.
and start just kind of checking herself.
Oh God.
Well,
Like,
Uh,
can you check height wise? You know, against like Pluzak would check height wise. Like he would try to stand next to Kara and see how tall she is now compared to how tall she was before.
Well, you out of all of us, you would be the one that has actual records of our like dimensions, right? So
Yes, that's true.
I was waiting for someone to say it. So, do you want to try and reference Pluzak's notes?
Uh, yeah, I guess I'll since I'm 5 feet, right? And I'm thinking, was I here or was I here on Kara? And then I just like that epiphany of, oh, my notes.
Mm-hmm.
And I would flip through my notes to see if I have Kara's height.
Okay, so yeah, I would say that you've spent enough time with the group that one way or another you probably would have made notation of Kara's general height and things. Probably everyone that you study. I feel like, and it's Pluzak's a researcher, and you've spent enough time. You would look at her, look at your notes, look at her, and you'd be like, yeah, I think she's just like a good 2 feet, 2 feet taller, 3 feet taller, maybe getting closer to 3 feet.
It's only been an hour, sir.
I'm thinking at this point we'll say 2 to 3 hours. I'm letting time kind of pass generally a little faster since you guys are just going for that long rest anyway, it seems. So, yeah, we'll say that as you've been chatting and everything. And like I said, Pluzak was kind of studying you with his magic eyes for a little and all that. So, yeah, we're just, time has kind of passed. He's watched you grow. They've watched you. They're trying to figure it out. So,
So I would then say, Kara, I
Hmm?
think you might be able to use that spear meant for a giant.
Okay. I don't think I can pick it up.
Soon, potentially. Can you reach up in that tree and grab one of the pears towards the top?
I don't need to reach to do that. I could just fly.
Um, that's true too, but what I'm trying to say is you could really only reach the ones at the bottom before. And now reach a little higher up.
I guess for context, Kara would see how far she could reach now.
yeah, I mean, you would definitely notice that your reach is far beyond what you had before. You not only stand taller, among the tree now that you kind of stood up after resting for a little bit on the ground. As you go to reach up, you recognize your arm can absolutely get much higher up. Pairs that were
Yeah,
out of
so
reach before are now within.
I do have a little bit of extra reach. How tall is Mace?
Mace is like a full 6 feet 5 or something.
Yeah, I think
All
it's
right,
on the
because
character
Mace
sheet.
would have been taller than Kara, so if it's been 2 hours, you are now looking up at her.
That is.
Now that you're standing, yeah.
I honestly thought you just got one of those pointy shoes that women like to wear.
Was this from the pear?
I have a
I don't
feeling it
know.
might have more to do with the spear.
Actually, Pluzak,
But you said it's not glowing.
I'm going to clarify for you, Pluzak. With that 22, I think it's high enough. You would have seen something magical being digested, like down in her stomach. Maybe much to your pregnancy question. That would have, seemed to be much more pear magic like. You'd be able to see the pears on the trees as well, right? So, I think you would have gained that information with those eyes, just so you know. It's different from the charm that you had seen on her body. I should clarify as
On
well.
her, yeah.
Wait, so it is the pear or it's not the
It's
pear?
not the pear. It's
Mhm.
not the pear.
Yeah.
It's separate.
So yeah, the only other option is the spear. If it's not glowing anymore and she touched it, then maybe.
Man, you're cursed. I
Well,
was
maybe
cursed
you're.
before.
You said the spear was, large.
Very
Yeah,
large.
it was meant for
It's
meant for a
huge.
giant.
Well, maybe you're becoming a giant.
Oh my god. You're gonna have to walk
Carol
sideways down the
looks
hall.
around at the cave. That might be problematic.
Maybe, but we can always forge a tunnel of our own.
I can reduce you if we need to for an hour.
That should be more than enough to get out of here.
Does your giant smite reduce you, or does that only make you even larger?
It sets him
Giants
to
might
size
only
large.
the way Giants might works is it increases your size to a specific size unless you are already that size.
Oh, so it wouldn't really do anything for you if you get to that size.
No, I mean I'd still get the damage and the advantages bonuses, but there would be no size change at that point.
Hmm.
So I would have to reduce you if you couldn't fit through some area, which would only last 1 minute.
Yep.
Yowzers.
So now that we're on the clock, it would seem, are we going to go get that spear, or are we gonna just sit here and rest like we said we would?
Perhaps well, I think that the spear might not matter anymore, purely because whatever effect it had on it clearly has stuck on you already.
Yeah, I think it transferred its magical properties to you.
It impregnated you.
It did fertilize you, Kara. Fertilized you
Hmm.
with magic.
Sits there, blinks for a second. If I am having a baby, just means I need to kill that god faster.
Yeah, well,
Valine also just looks at you.
I don't know
looks
how
around the
young
room.
you tend to train them, but
She's like, if you're having a baby, it's gonna have the weirdest fathers.
who would be
Looks
the
at her.
father?
You assume
Should we look
a
at
lot.
Leif at this point? Like, does
Leif is currently tapping his chin. He was staring at the skeletons, by the way, trying to talk to them telepathically, unable to tell which one he was talking to because they can't see anymore. And then when he hears what you guys are talking about, he turns around, and taps his chin. And he's like, "Well, I think I'm technically already on the hook for one. What's another?"
No.
No, just
Only
kidding.
if you promise I get some of the actual first.
Okay.
No, if anything, I can call in siblings for that.
The sex
Okay.
or the raising the kid?
The kid part.
Hmm.
Yeah, I hear that gods are a little more
When did I ever
relaxed.
say gods? I said my siblings.
Well, you celestial people tend to all behave similarly. So
Wow.
as far
That-
as my mythology has
pose.
brushed, um,
Oh, hey,
I
Karen.
hear that in a lot of more celestially inclined communities, family ties are not really an issue.
Yeah.
What's up?
No, I'll just send it to you. You're good.
Kara, mm, maybe you should go to the tunnel to the city. And I mean, we promised we would stay here, but like that tunnel's 10 feet wide. if you get to be larger, I don't know if you'll fit. I mean, I can reduce you to get you down that tunnel, but you know that costs magic.
I mean, we did promise we would stay here. I don't want to go back on my word.
Yeah, you like Hathawin? I'm sure she's gonna like you.
I appreciate that she's been willing to stay like you promised. I really. She just like bats her eyes at Kara. Just like I just really appreciate you.
What's she saying?
Um, she's enjoying your larger form.
Hmm.
Likes that you'll keep your word.
Well, fucking. Why does it always not stop doing that, computer? I want to fucking type in here. So, unless there's another reason to move forward, just we rest up, we keep that word, and then we move on.
Agreed. Do we have a duration for the pair effect?
I think it just lasts until the charm
Until
is
we
used.
use it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it just vanishes once it's used. I'll make sure there's no extra on that. No, pair charm. Just pair charm. You're good.
To which I would kind of tell everybody, well, my pair didn't make me that big, and my pair just made it so that I can insult somebody.
But Malo's not here anymore.
It's pretty much what Mallow does.
But who are you going to insult if Malo's not here anymore?
The bad guys, and they're not gonna like it. It's like a little piece of Mallow rubbed off on me in that pair.
I see.
I mean, I would say a little piece of someone else, but they're not in this campaign. Stalacus.
Yeah.
That was a weird sneeze.
You should pick up ventriloquism. Well, my pair gives me a free heal.
Leif would also chime in, and I'm looking it up for him. Hold on one sec. And be like, oh, I can do that too. I can cure wounds or something.
Yes, indeed.
My pair lets me turn invisible.
That seems a lot more useful. Then again, you're quite capable of stealth, if I recall.
As you say that, you realize you're kind of starting to look up at her a little more.
Well,
not that it's sudden, it's just you're realizing.
Maybe not anymore.
She's a little bigger than she used to be, right?
Yeah. Then again,
Like everything is sizing up with her, right? Like her
correct.
equipment and-
Yes.
Okay.
all of her secretions.
Jesus Christ.
I don't. Okay.
All right. Moving on.
But just
So are we
that,
taking
cut
that
that.
rest, or
that's
are
a
we
good point. Is it rest time now at this point? Should we just skip ahead? I've been kind of letting hours go, but it's still a couple hours before we actually would bed. So your choice.
Yeah, I think we just keep our word and then go, because I would rather not tempt fate and see if Auril
Okay.
is actually
So-
chasing us.
I will be a little loose on this because you know it's time passing. You'd be able to recognize this. So it's about, if Kara's size large at this point, we'll say that 4 hours have passed since she touched the spear. So the long rest is still another 8 hours away. Every hour that passes, she would continue to grow. Eventually, at Kara, what did you start at? 6?
I started at 6, yeah.
6 feet. So after 9 hours have passed from touching the spear, so we're talking 7 p.m. roughly, Kara would probably start crossing more into the actual, gigantic size. So, because this is happening over time, someone did mention the idea of sending her down the tunnel while she can still fit. Do you guys feel that's something you'd want to start pushing for to happen as she continues to get bigger? Or do you want to just let it happen? I mean, it's...
So she's going now from what, 7 foot to like.
The time jump hasn't happened yet, so current standing by the math I have here, she is currently 10 feet tall.
Yes, roughly.
So that's pre-time skip. Okay.
Right.
That's
exactly.
pre-time skip.
By the time the time skip is done, she would be past, 15 roughly. So actually, so I said it was at 9 hours. You need to go a full 12. No, sorry. Yeah, it would be 12 from the touching of the spear for the long rest. So Carol will be about 18 feet tall if you wait to the start of the long rest, and you don't know how long it'll go past the long rest, right? So.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then I think she wanted all of
Yeah,
us to
you're-
stay, right? Did we all say we would stay?
She asked for you guys to stay with her. Kara, I think, was the first one to agree. She kind of pretty readily agreed. And then as everyone else ate the pears, you all just kind of were like, yeah, it's fair enough. She's asking, that we stay if we eat the pears. It's whatever. I don't think that anyone has made effort to not stay as well, right?
It
wasn't
just
really
feels dickish
discussed.
too.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, okay. Then it's fine if we stay. But I guess the question is Kara going to be able to pass through the tunnel if by the time we, depart again?
Probably not,
Without help.
unless she shrinks.
Yeah,
through
okay.
Reduce
Then
or something.
you can reduce her, right?
I could cast reduced on her. Yes.
That should be all right, I think. Assuming she stops at some point or another, be all right.
Dude, imagine if she doesn't stop growing.
This is If this is a curse, do I have remove?
Why would you want to remove this?
Well, I don't know. Maybe she will keep growing until she like squishes us all,
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, not us, but like other people.
Blue Zach, what does your internet search history look like?
No, but I mean, she could go in the city and just be like, "Ah, Godzilla," right?
Well, that's another interesting point, because Mace, you actually think back to the city for a second and would realize the buildings were kind of built for normal medium-sized humanoids as well.
Right, okay, yes. That would make exploration difficult.
Well, not just that, but I mean, come on, monsters would be terrified. We could go to the squid in the wall, and the squid would be terrified.
You know,
What if Auril saw her at like
Squid would be terrifying.
double gigantic size? She would be terrified.
yeah.
I'd like to point out that some of the passageways are quite narrow in these caves.
Well, I have a hammer, so that's not really an
Listen.
issue.
If I have to cast reduce on you and then cancel it after we get out of the hallway and just use all my spell slots for like 30-foot Kara, don't you think that's worth it?
Well, maybe
It's a
she
question
liked
whether
herself.
or not you need. If you're good at wasting, if you're good using all that to help me out, I'm not gonna say no, because this could looks down at herself. This could certainly be beneficial, but can also be a hindrance.
I wonder if she could serve as shelter during a blizzard.
Probably. Just
Like
fucking- I
Tauntaun
don't know.
style?
Well,
Like, what are we talking
No!
Oh,
was-
I'd heal
her
from it,
wings.
but that'd be fucking
Dude.
horrible.
Oh no. I mean,
You can't air this one. At all.
No,
Just
no,
scared
not.
you
It's
look
not. I'm
like.
thinking the exact opposite. I'm worried now that like going forward, you guys are gonna be like, ah, man, Auril's here, Blizzard. Hey, Kara, gutter, climb in, just be like, hey, we're warm for the night. We'll res you in the morning. Don't worry. Anyway.
Alright, well, are we taking at least a short rest? Are we pushing forward? Are we keeping our word? What are we doing?
We're keeping our word, I think. And Pluzak is opting to reduce you if the need arises, right?
I guess that's what we'll have to do.
Well, if
It only
that's gonna
lasts a
be
minute, so hopefully we can get down the tunnel and into the town that has a big enough opening.
Well, we can move our max distance in 6 seconds, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can also dash, right, as an action.
Yeah. So I think I can clear 120 feet in a minute.
Mace, is it
What
is
was
it
in
an
this
opening at
spiky
the end of the
things?
tunnel?
Sorry?
Is it an opening at the end of the tunnel?
At the end of the one towards the city?
Yeah.
Um, well, it's quite large past the tunnel. Well, at least there's space. The ceilings are high. The problem is that it's almost like a mesa of sorts that kind of sunk in, and over that whole area is where the city is.
Okay.
But I should mention, the buildings were not her size, so yeah.
So she's not going in any buildings. She got way outside.
This is where I look surprised.
Man, if she casts light on like her weapon, would it only do 30 feet of light, or would it do like 3 times that because she's 3 times as big?
I'm assuming it's at least
Or
going to
60
bump out
feet?
by radius. So
It would probably still be 30 feet, but 30 feet from her edge.
there's going to be more light, but I don't think it's going to be as expansive as what you're thinking.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll take a long rest here. We'll make Hathawin happy. She did provide us with pears and shelter. She does say this place is relatively safe, except for the patrol, the drow patrol that goes by. And I'm sure if we sleep more in the northern corner of the forest, they probably won't bother us at all because they don't bother her. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, sounds good to me.
Alright, are we going to explore the cave further, or are we going to wait here?
I well, I kind of don't want to bypass the mirrors, but I don't want to go back to the
Well-
spear. You're already too large.
We've got the spiky
You're
things that
already
are down
too
there.
large.
We've got the
Oh.
mirrors up there, and we've got the drow that way.
I don't think you can get past the entrance to the spiky things.
Sure. But that doesn't mean you don't draw them out.
Well, they haven't really come out of there, from what Hathaway
If I
has
need
said.
to get to the drow, I can go up the tunnels. Not the most convenient of solutions, but it is a solution nonetheless.
You want to go after the spiky things? You think there's something in there? Or you
Yeah,
just
what were the spiky
thirsting for
things?
blood? Down south of
I'm
us.
merely stating that if we're going to be here for a little bit, there's more that we haven't checked and secured. We don't know if they're a threat or not, and we're going to be sleeping over a wall from them.
Right. Yes, probably wise to check them out.
Plus, they might be a threat to the grove.
I'm fairly certain that if there were any threats around, they would have already raised it. Threats to the grove specifically, I should.
She's in hiding for the most part.
Yes, but the grove remains.
All right. Well, Fluzak is going to go down to the spiky thing room.
Okay.
Do I see anything in there?
Yeah, of course. You see the spiky things. Well, I mean, I guess clarification, do you have your little demon eye things going on you can see in the dark?
I do. I have Devil's Sight now.
Cool. Then yeah, you would most certainly see into the room. Let me pop that back up because I'm doing a little couple of things in the background like a dick. You are in this room here. Cool. So, huddled together at the west end of this 10-foot high cave are 4 hunched creatures with spiny backs and sharp claws. Each one stares at you with a single unblinking eye. So that's what you see as you glare in. They don't really seem to move towards you or anything currently. They're just sitting there staring. Anything you want to try and do?
Yes. I'm going to cast Speak with Animal. If I can. I don't know if we're at
So,
that spot yet.
yeah, you can cast it. With
So if it is a
beasts.
beast, if it's not a beast, then I'm assuming nothing will work. And
Yeah, it doesn't seem to respond to your magic or react to you. Like, yeah, it doesn't. Your magic works, but it doesn't allow you to speak with these things. You don't believe.
okay, I would turn to the group and say, hey, I tried to communicate with animal language, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Like how I spoke to the moose. Didn't work with these guys.
So Valine will kind of walk over, and just kind of, what are they? What are you talking about? It's gonna ruffle around in her bag, takes out Professor Scant, and is just, hey, these are the things that came from the city, right? She looks at you, Pluzak, for clarification.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna try something. Don't I guess be ready to fight. You all good? She looks at the rest of the party.
Yeah.
Okay. Professor Scant, if you wouldn't mind. And he will call out in Loros, the language that he's been kind of using to communicate and translate for a lot of the Nethery stuff. Hello there! Are you all? Can you understand me? And you would hear a similar language spoken back. So he would, I guess, tell you, it seems that we can communicate. All they said was yes, so I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be able to learn, but what do you want to ask?
Why are they here?
He will repeat that question. Just looking to make sure I give you the right details. They will simply explain they followed, or I guess it'd be Professor Scant translating, would just, so they came up from the city following some fellows, and they went to go down the other way, and he points down the other tunnel to the west, and after they lost track of them, they came back here where it was safe, and they've been here since.
What kind of creatures did you say these were?
I don't know if they know what they are. I can ask, and he will, and he'll come back with, nope, no idea. They don't even, they have no memory, really, of much, from what I can tell. At least not before they were whatever these things are.
We'll
So
look
they
down
weren't
to
always these things?
we'll look down to Valine and be like, so they know the condition of the city?
So he will ask, and he will reply, oh, actually, yes, they know a fair bit about the city. Let's see. And I guess he'll just ask a general question of, what can they tell you? So they will give you a couple of details. There is some sort of powerful archwizard still in the city. And he seems unable to be communicated with, according to these things. And, they're talking, so clearly there's some level by which they can communicate. All that remains of this wizard is a floating human skull. So that's what to look out for. However, as they respond to this at this point, I do need a couple of saving throws. I need to find it on the sheet. 1 second. So I'm going to say... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I actually had tokens that I forgot to unveil to you guys. Give me 1 sec.
Leif was here. He would have been able to communicate with these things.
Yeah, he could have also. That's a good point.
Son
And
of a
that is also
bitch.
fair. It would make sense for him to be down there with the party, especially if a fight might break out. But, yeah, so as... Oh, I don't want to grab spiky things. They would kind of slowly start to walk, further out. Not too close. They're not, being aggressive. They're just kind of looking at you, approaching during the conversation. I would need Leif, Mace, Pluzak, and Valine all to do, believe it or not, a deception check.
Oh, okay.
And then I need to do a couple rolls as well.
This.
I probably could have put that together, but we'll just do this.
Surprisingly, one of my better skills. Of course, that doesn't mean.
Okay. I need to roll for Leif, and I need to roll for Valine still. Deception for Leif. Valine. Alright. And then... Okay, we'll go down the list. Pluzak, you are actually okay. Mace, you as well.
Yay.
It's actually not a DC. They have to roll against you for this.
Oh,
Leif,
cool.
Leif will get hit. Valine will not. Okay, so this will be interesting. Give me 1 second to think. So Professor Scant, I guess, kind of will suddenly turn after he gives you that answer about the floating skull in the city, and he kind of not looks per se, but seems to be directing Leif, and he just asks, "Are you afraid of your sword?" And Leif kind of side eyes the party, and he's like, "No, why are you saying that? What are you getting at?" And Professor Scant just replies, "Well, one of the ones in the back there, he said, you're afraid of your sword. You don't understand it. Don't know why. Just kind of was random." And Leif just kind of seems a little taken aback, but generally he tries to play it off poorly. As he's just like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I be? Otherwise, Professor Scan, I guess, just kind of shrugs it off as mentally as he can, and he'll turn back and just keep asking questions about the city. If you guys let him ask another, he will ask, or at least receive information. Someone roll me a d4.
Okay.
3.
Well,
Four.
Pluzak's 3. Okay. So he'll ask 2 more questions. One will give him the information that there is a ritual that needs to be performed if you wish to enter the center spire of Ythryn. These creatures, however, are unable to tell him how the ritual works. They do seem to recall there are clues scattered throughout the towers of wizardry that are in the city. So there is a way to find out how to perform this ritual. They just don't know exactly where to find it. At that point, I need everyone to do, or at least we'll do Pluzak, Mace, Valine, and Kara this time for the same deception checks, please.
Okay.
For
I
Auril.
get advantage on those because of one of my runes.
Nice.
Oof.
17.
So then I need to do one for Valine. She is okay. So Pluzak, give me 1 second. You're learning something as a player that, your character wouldn't know, but I know as a DM you can separate that. I'm not that worried. I need you to just give me something that aligns with this. So please just send something back that you think is fitting. And then I need to do Mace. You also need to do this for me. So again, as a player, you will be learning the name of this creature. I don't think it matters much. Your character doesn't know. Please give me something that fulfills that requirement. And then let me see if Kara can be beaten. Kara, you are perfectly fine.
Okay.
Does this follow any particular theme, or?
No, not necessarily. That's why I'm leaving it up to you. Realistically, that is the description. So it gets that thing. So whatever that thing in this instance is.
Okay.
There's really no discerning, so.
Let me know if that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pluzak, this time Professor Scant would seem to address you as he asks, what do you need a soul for? One of them in the back just asked, you said something about finding a soul for what are you building? What are you making? Seems interesting. Valine is sweating. Cold sweat, by the way. As now she recognizes.
Pluzak would say... I don't... Is this a transfer of information? Do we need, since we're getting an answer from them, they need an answer from us? Is this like a pact we have made?
Oh, no. I'm more just curious. I don't know what this term they've used. Karasis, I think, would be its pronunciation for us. They pronounce it a little different in their language as well, but I've never heard of it, and I am of a curious mind. I didn't intend to tell them anything related to... you know what? I could do this later, can't I? He realizes as, Valine is tapping on the top of his orb.
It's just ringing in his head.
Don't tap the glass. I can ow.
He's just like a fucking goldfish, like, oh, the world is traveling. But no, he'll turn back to the Nothic at that point. Since two of you know what it is, I'm just going to use the word. And I will have him get the answer.
How
to
about
the
this?
please.
But they know about this? Like they said this?
That's amazing, Mason. Yeah. So, Pluzak, you were actually asking that of Professor Scant, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess he would say, as I asked the question, one of them in the back just simply hissed out, crisis, whatever the word is nearly complete. It needs a soul, and it was staring at you, so I put two and two together. It's not hard, right? But yeah, they are mentioning it. It is verbalized in its language. I did learn more, if that helps. They told me more. There's a scroll that summons a Tarask somewhere in Ythryn, which I find
There's
quite
what?
curious.
Say again.
Yeah, it's a scroll that will summon the Tarask somewhere in Ythryn. I for one have always found that monster quite curious. I know a lot about it, so if we wouldn't mind finding that, I would definitely enjoy it if you could. But that's up to you, I guess.
Yeah, if we find that, I'm taking it and I'm launching it on Auril's island. So A, it destroys the island, and B, it never goes after anyone else.
I was under the impression that Tarask were all world enders. I don't think it would stop there.
It'll end her world.
Kara has a part 2 to her goal now, huh? But yeah, at that point though, he would also kind of turn to you, Mace, and say, "But it also mentioned well, your hammer's name is Chance, correct?
Yeah.
Are you trying to be a matchmaker? I don't. We don't really work that way as magical items. You know that, right?
Well, I was under the impression that you were once, not this.
I mean, I presume I don't. He like looks at Chance, doesn't really have any way to communicate, but it's just like, I'm going to be assumptive here. We come from the residual kind of consciousness of people, yes, but we're not. We are more a consciousness. It's not like we have bodily needs or functions like you people tend to with relationships and whatnot.
Well, I don't either, and I operate more or less like they do, except for all the gross, icky shit.
I mean, do you find a need for a partner?
I think that right now is not something I require, but I believe after all I've seen, that over time people can get lonely.
Hmm.
I mean, you were, uh, correct me if I'm wrong, just out of character. Um, we found Professor Scant, right?
No. He is Valine's basically family heirloom to a degree. But she had brought him here due to the fact that he's an expert on Netherese, and a
Right,
whole
but did
bunch
we
of other things.
not
You had so
get
she
him from
yes,
Auril's Island?
correct. So Professor Scant was stolen from Valine by one of the other Arcane Brotherhood members that was kind of up here trying to find the same things as her.
Right.
That person took Scant to the island, died there. So Valine gave you the mission of finding him, and you had to go to the island to do so. So yes, you
Do we
did do
know,
that.
like, more or less the time period within which this happened? Like maybe a year, 2 years?
When you guys went and rescued him?
Between, like, the time he would have been stolen and the time he would have
Ah,
been found.
I can definitely figure that out for you. It wasn't. So let me figure that out. It's definitely in the mentioned somewhere. Let me go back to where you would have met Valine at the end of Zardarok's fortress, I believe.
It's been a couple weeks at the very minimum.
So I'm just trying to remember how long he was stolen from her before she even came to you guys. Is kind of more the thing, right? Yeah, so it would have only been probably a couple days to a week, a 10-day, I guess we call it in game. That Nas stole the orb,
Okay.
and Valine started to try and at least contact you guys. I'm thinking though she was out searching for you all. I'm not gonna look up the actual amount of time it took, but realistically, you guys were coming back from the fortress, right, when she met up with you. So
Right.
it might have been closer to 10 days, 20 days.
Okay, let's say 2 weeks then.
Yeah, so we'll say 10-day from the point by which it was stolen from her to which you guys got the quest. When you got the quest, it was still another 10-day or two before you got the orb back. Um, so hopefully that clarifies. I can actually give you that. I just have to look further up in my notes for that one. So
I mean, that's fine. Mace is simply going to say, I mean, you were alone for the better part of maybe a week, maybe more, until we went and retrieved you for Valine. And I don't imagine there were many things or people to talk to there.
actually, technically, there was a ghost. I could talk to Nash if I really wanted to. But that neither here nor there. I understand your point. I'm not sure that I was lonely.
Well, we've both been together for as far as we've been aware. And
Well,
I just worry that one day that might not be enough.
hmm. Yeah,
for
Chance.
him.
Chance kind of touches you, by the way, as you're both expressing this, and you could feel that he was like wrapping the tendril around you a little bit earlier too, where he just kind of says, you know, I don't really want there to be a day that we're not together, though. So maybe I do get lonely, but as long as you're here, I'll be fine.
It's good to know. But that's neither here nor there. Why are these things sticking their? Do they have noses?
They have one
Um,
eye.
they have a gigantic eye on their face, and nothing
Yeah,
else
sticking
really.
their eye where it don't belong.
Here, I don't think they have noses. I'm just going to do the classic drop one down and hit it nice and big. That's kind of what you're looking at.
I think you can press Control Z.
Yeah, judging by that, it don't got an eye, Lieutenant Dan. Sorry, don't have a nose, Lieutenant Dan. I
Definitely
ain't
got
eyes,
eye.
Lieutenant Dan.
Most certainly got eye. Pretty much all the fuck he's got.
Either way,
Also,
Can they-
before Professor Scant turns away, though, because he's going to at this point try and learn some more information for you guys, he does just tell you, also, I think she's stronger. I don't think that she'll get eaten. And
thing.
What?
and he will like look back to these things. So Pluzak, I'm presuming you're webbing them, or is this just in case? This is like a held action.
Well,
see
I was
squares, and I
letting
assume
that
it's you,
finish
so.
playing out, right?
Uh-huh.
And I guess I'm gonna turn to the professor and say, do we think we can get any other information from these creatures?
I can find out. And he turns back and essentially just like blatantly asks, you know, anything else you want to potentially tell us. They will give you. I'm just going to give you all the info they have because I think this is kind of interesting, and especially for Valine to know. He actually suddenly kind of exclaims, "Oh my! I think I figured out what it is that you translated before, Valine. The city has a Mythalar."
What is that?
She
For
almost
those of us
drops
who are-
Professor Scant as this is said. Kind of quickly.
I will telepathically grab it.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So he kind of sits in the air for a second while she slowly closes her hands back in around him, kind of stunned. But she actually looks specifically at you, Kara, and she's like, "Well, at least I can fulfill my promise. You know that the magic item that controls the sun?
Uh-huh.
We can control the fucking weather. We could literally clear the Icewind Dale of the blizzards. People would lose faith in Auril, and she would lose power. That's, I think, why she's frozen the city. That's the bit that
What's
I
the
translated.
What's the caveat here?
None. A Mythalar can actually just control the weather. The Netherese, they used to use them in their cities. I think technically they also helped the cities fly. I don't know how all the tech works, but yeah, everything was controlled by them. If they needed rain, they could make rain for crops and stuff. If they wanted sun, it would be sun. If they wanted snow, it'd be snow. Like literally, as much or little as they wanted, they could produce however they wanted with magic. It was through these. They're not. I don't even know of any, but we didn't know of any that existed. But
Okay, so I guess here's the follow-up question. What do you want out of this?
if we can prove that that thing works, if I can just show it to my people, I'm immortal in the Arcane Brotherhood. I just that's fine. You can use it to change the weather in the Icewind Dale all you want. It proves my point. It proves it works. If it does work.
Okay. So we know what we're looking for when we get into the city.
It's
We're
in the
looking
Central
for-
Spire. We know exactly where it is too. They told me. Although,
But they don't know how to open this pipe.
yes, I
So
just realized.
we have to get past some sort of ritual to get into the Central Spire where the weather control thing is residing in a city overseen by an archmage that's a floating skull.
I think you pretty much succinctly got it. Yes. Oh, he said giant hands. Don't forget the giant hands.
What
Do
about
they
giant
belong to
hands?
the maiden?
There's also giant hands made of magic that seem to wander the city, by what they said. They said avoid the hands.
Oh, and to top it all off, somewhere in the middle of all this, there's a scroll of summoning a Tarask.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Right.
And with that, I would cast web on them in this
Perfection.
cute.
Why are
Um,
you? What are you doing?
He's trying to keep them from being able to like come and attack, I would believe, or he's gonna try and light them on fire. I don't know.
I don't know. They just
am.
revealed a Pluzak secret.
Yeah.
But I think
Bingo.
he's gonna kill them.
It's like no witnesses.
And actually, that's fair. They've answered a couple more questions, so let's see what we can get. At this point,
I-
they only haven't gotten secrets from Kara and Valine, I believe. So let's see if they can get those. So Kara, 2 for you and 2 for Valine. Same deception checks. This will be happening right before the wand, web pops off.
An 11 and a
Let
10.
me find where's my Valine sheet?
Yeah,
I know I
basically
have one.
Pluzak is like,
There she
how
is.
do they know this? And I'm not taking any chances on this
Mhm.
getting out to
Okay.
anybody.
So I
That's-
did type a comment that was just it was lost in the
I
mix
thought.
there. Alright.
All right.
And
so-
and if Kara says that, and if she is saying that, then I would say, well, I would need a place for Valim to go, right? And this is the place that I had promised Valim. But how they knew that, I have no clue.
Well, evidently they have telepathic abilities of some sort.
Telepathic would
Kara-
be they can speak to you telepathically. It wouldn't be they can pull a thought from your brain.
Well, what do you
are-
call reading minds? I call that, telepathy.
Whatever you feel fulfills that request, Kara. And then let me roll for Pluzak. Or not Pluzak, I'm sorry, Valine.
Valine.
I don't know that is considerable a secret anymore. And I think even Kara
It's a
would.
fact.
Yeah, but I think you know what it's.
Okay. Look,
It's,
it was an option. I threw it
Yeah,
out.
I get you. It's just that one's not really very fitting. Valine will also need to share one. So.
It's so strange that this is a deception check of all things.
I know it's odd, isn't it? It's a deception check against their
Oh,
insight check. So.
See, I don't have secrets anymore though. That's the thing.
Who do you love?
I've literally spelled everything out.
Yeah, I think that there could be a degree though to which there's like here. Give me one sec. Like
Maybe unspoken truth kind of thing.
sort of, right?
She's actually in love with the hex and loves treatment.
Yeah.
She's been
Well,
writing a
I can go
memoir,
down.
50 Shades of Hex.
Like it could be something like that, right? Where it's just kind of more of like a little thing that the character might not always be honest about or something. I don't know. That's all I'm thinking. And you can take a minute because I think Professor Scant would actually kind of, at this point also kind of address Feline and just be like, "They've been pretty fair to us, and from what these creatures have been doing, it seems. I just want to ask: are you really going to follow through with that? Because I don't think it's very kind if you don't at least alert them." And she's like trying to cover him with her hands to like shut him up, but I don't know what he's talking about.
What should you alert us? Is it us? I'm assuming it's us.
And Professor Scant will just be like, "Oh, I'm the honest type, and I think it's fine. She's just, figured that if there were any magic items that you guys weren't interested in, she was going to pocket them to make sure that she could always, not Nothic, Jesus brain, Netherese, bring something of the Netherese back to the Arcane Brotherhood, at least prove that she did indeed get here."
So my question earlier about what do you want out of this, you couldn't have just said that?
I mean, I'm just looking for a little extra just in case. That's all. The thing that that you all, fine. But yeah. At that point, I think Professor Scant and everyone would kind of go to turn away as Pluzak launches a sudden web at these things, and they are certainly going to get trapped. Can you roll web for me, Pluzak? I think your DC is like 18, though, right?
It's a Dex 15 on
It's
this
15.
web because it's from the wand.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay, so a single one of them can move freely. Doesn't get trapped. I need to check. So you do this, you launch the wand of web. And interestingly enough, as they get caught in it, you notice that they suddenly seem, if anything, a little bit scared of you all. One of them hisses something out as it starts to retreat back to the corner. And I think Professor Scant would at that point just kind of say like, "Oh, and he just, I don't think that's a worry you'd have to concern yourself with. Is that you, girl, that he's talking to? Just because others put their faith in you doesn't mean you have to be concerned. Let them be the judges, not yourself." But otherwise,
So they
Yeah,
they
that's
can
just-
read one's soul. That's terrifying.
I mean, maybe. I don't know what it would be like. I don't think I could be read that way. Regardless, one of them just said, "Please don't kill us," so do with that what you will.
Coming back to it, sees the web going out. Pluzak, what are we doing?
Pluzak lights a match. Campfire.
They're rubbing stones together.
I mean, technically, I haven't asked for initiative yet, so if you want, you still kind of 6 seconds might pass, and Pluzak snaps his fingers for a fucking campfire. Burn them all.
You know, how did they know that stuff, and who are they going to tell? We have Auril coming up behind us. What if they get captured and tell them? They freely told us about the city.
So what?
And-
They already assume we're going there.
Yes, but what if they tell Auril our secrets?
All right, you guys discuss this. I'm gonna give Dogs Eye Bones quick. I'll be right back.
I don't think she'll care about my hammer's love life.
And I don't think I have very many secrets left, if at all.
She might care about yours, though.
I think she cares about mine.
Again,
So
I don't know if
is
Oral
this
has a
something we
soul.
can learn about, or is this something you're trying to keep secret no matter what? Because
Don't make me
building a
sound
vessel
obtrusive.
for a soul is an interesting slip of the. It's an interesting slip.
Yeah, you know she can technically, according to her anyways, carry souls away. So maybe she can just perform a swap for you if you need it.
If Auril can swap souls,
No, Kara.
Kara can swap souls.
Well, she said that was more or less her job. Or
I said it was my job to guide souls to their final resting place. I never said I actually ripped them out of the bodies.
well, how else would you get them there?
I don't get it, guys. We talked about this. I'm going to take Valim's soul when she dies, if she dies, and I would
No,
have to put it into something.
the into something part was the confusing part for me, because you never specified what it was, and they made that sound a lot more ominous than it used to be.
Because they gave it a name, like a Karaz?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, I mean, what else am I gonna put the soul into? A rock?
Well, Professor Scant is an orb.
Yeah, and Professor Scant can't do anything except for talk.
Well, what
I
do you
told
need the soul
Valim
to
that
do?
she would be able to act like a regular person.
Do you have the vessel with you?
Nope.
So how would you get the soul there?
Well, the soul stays here. The vessel comes here.
All right, I'm back.
Do you just have like a zombie or something waiting to bring this vessel here in the event that Valine dies? Is that how this is gonna work?
Well, it's really up to the DM, but I mean,
I mean, I don't. Here's what I'm gonna do. Give me 1 sec. I'm actually gonna pull Pluzak down so I can explain
He's got a zombie servant
what
at
he
all
would know about how
times
this works. Give me 1 sec.
on retainer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Oh God. Alright, 1 second. Alright, so my intention is, your. I think we've talked about this, but your notebook has essentially a like a summoning circle that will summon the Crassus to you at some point. So when you have the soul, in a array, you basically be able to summon it to you and just apply the soul to the vessel. My intention is, because you've gathered notes on the party members, it'll have some level of flight capacity, probably a pretty high AC from studying mace and all that.
Yep.
Did you want it to have natural weapons or to use weapons? I think was the only thing we didn't clarify.
I don't know.
I mean, if it's Valine's soul, we could technically make it a spellcaster too, if you want. Maybe no real physical fight form, but she can still use her spells from it or something. Well, actually, that
Yeah,
would be
maybe
assuming
too.
it's her
I mean,
soul.
we could talk
I don't
about
know.
that later. I
Yeah.
just
Regardless,
the
it was just that's where
real
I'm at.
question from Kara was that, like, what am I going to like?
How do you get it? Yeah, the answer,
Yeah,
if you
how
really
am
want
I
to give it
getting
to
it?
her,
Like, I'm
is
sending off.
you can summon it with an actual magical summoning circle. But yeah, no, that's I think the short answer. If you want to give it to her,
Okay.
it's your call. So, see you back
Alright.
there.
Cool.
Okay, clarified.
So, you know how we had summoning circles, portals, right? Before Dragon Kai, right? We
Yes.
would have the same to bring the vessel in which Valim, if she just so happens to pass, to embody.
You have one of those at your disposal.
I mean, now I do.
So you're saying that if
Otherwise,
push comes to shove, you're able to do a quick getaway?
no, it's a summoning portal to send something to me, not for me to leave and go somewhere else.
Oh, well, you said portal. I figured those were two ways.
Yeah, I could see how you would think that, because the portal with Dragon Kai was 2 ways.
By the way,
Yeah.
it's a little
not-
strange, but I won't claim that it's completely unexpected.
Can I get the cliff notes of what I just missed? Ran back from the bathroom.
He's going to summon whatever he's putting the soul in through a portal.
Oh, okay. It's like, I mean, was just curious what it was all about. Like I said, it sounded more ominous than that because Valine agreed to do whatever you agreed on, so it's not like you're forcibly ripping the soul out of her. No offense.
I do have a question, though.
I'm very, very worried for myself, regardless.
If you
I
were,
mean,
more
you made the
and
deal.
more worried by the day.
It's like
if
you
we
made
were-
the deal.
I'm honoring it. I live my life that way. I ain't no bitch, ain't no quitter. It's just really kind of regretting it right now.
could you put Valim's soul into the Tarask if we summoned it?
What now?
Even Valine is just like wide-eyed blinking. Just, I don't. What the fuck was that question?
Well, if he can
There's
summon a
already
vessel,
There's already a soul in the Tarrasque.
Professor
don't know
Scant also,
that.
by the way, is
Professor
like,
Scant
no,
doesn't
me,
have a
me,
soul."
please, me. If I had a hand, I'd be raising it.
You just hear muffling from the pouch.
Yeah, exactly. Valine just shoves him back in her bag at that point. You're not helpful anymore.
all
No,
right,
but
maybe,
I would say the Tarrasque already has a soul.
which means you can snatch.
I can't switch him.
From in the bag, the orb is just like, yeah, summon to wall. She's like punching the bag.
Either way, that's neither here nor there. Perhaps we should, we didn't sleep already, right? So
No, you haven't quite hit the long rest. I would say you're probably
we should
nearing
leave
the
these
point that you
creatures
can.
be for now and try
But
and
they-
make sure that.
But they know our secrets.
Listen, I don't care about that particular secret, and so long as I don't share any more with them, I think I'm at peace with that.
As Mace goes to walk away, he needs to do another saving throw. Now,
Oh,
could you
damn
imagine?
it.
I could have him do that. I don't think I'm going to, but
Do you want me to or no?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's see. We'll leave it up to chance. Haha.
Oh.
Mace
Uh,
calls upon the wrath of one of these things. Yeah, send me another. Get fucked.
God damn it. Let's see.
Do they understand? Like, I can't talk to it directly, right? Has to be through Professor.
That would be correct. Yes. You don't speak Elvish, do you? One of you does.
Elvish? Yes.
So you have some level of insight into like what was being said, because Laros is kind of like it's a sister language sort of thing. So you'd
Okay.
pick up words every now and then, but I wouldn't say that you can necessarily directly communicate very easily. At least, if you want to ask them questions and get answers, I would say you probably have to do insight checks on what they're saying to some degree. And I have a DC for that in mind.
I would just threaten it to not tell our secrets to anyone.
Okay, do this for me. Do intimidation check. We'll do it at disadvantage because again, the words are kind of coming across a little lesser. But yeah, give me that intimidation check. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let me see. Ooh. Okay.
Oh,
So
I still have
there.
it to GM.
Yeah, that's okay. Ooh. Ooh. So I was doing a group check for them. There were 2 nat failures, and they have a -1 on the ability I was, the stat I was using for that. So their group check is going to be way too low. I think that they kind of all are on the back foot at this point. The ones that are in the web look like they're trying to pull backwards, but they're stuck in the web, so they can't seem to do so yet. Yeah, so mostly seems like it's working pretty well to your eyes. Thank you, Mace, for sending that. And I will now relieve your mind by telling you Professor Scant is in the bag, and Pluzak barely understands them, so your secret is still somewhat safe. But they certainly know that for now. But yeah, Pluzak, you're good. Whatever you
Cool.
wish to do next.
Then I'll release the web.
Oh, okay, cool. In that case, they would all, as soon as they feel their bodies kind of freeing, they scamper as far to the walls as they can. And just kind of sit there staring back at you.
I would, they were nice to us. I'm probably gonna leave them some rations.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so if you put rations on the floor there, they're still a little intimidated from Pluzak's threatening words that none of you understood, but they do stare at the food on the floor, and I presume
back
that's
up.
what I was about to say. I presume at some point you would back up and you would see the kind of the closest to passing the save would eventually kind of come closer to the food and grab it and then drag it back off to the corner of the room.
Yeah, leave them 2 days of rations.
Alrighty, absolutely.
Give
Yeah.
them a pair. That would be hilarious.
Oh God,
That's right, they must fight for them.
that's fucking hilarious. Yeah,
So, are we gonna
Leif is gonna
check
sit
on the
in corner
drow
chair.
before we nod off in case they come back this way, or are we gonna just hedge our bets and then leave in the morning?
I mean, I can always just cast like Tiny Hut or something too, keep us safe even if they do come this way.
I don't
That's
think
probably
Kara's
for the
gonna fit
best.
in Tiny Hut.
That's She looks at Kara. Yeah. And actually, if it's closer to time for rest, like we said, Kara would at that point, I think, be getting close to being huge. So, yeah, you are the Tiny Hut.
Just
My
like,
God.
just as like, oh, we could do tiny.
How high are these ceilings?
In this room, it's probably high enough. I will
Yeah, I
give
mean
you
there's
a
trees in here,
reclarification.
so
It is 50-foot high cavern in this room.
Okay.
No, I'm
should be cozy.
pretty good.
Mm-hmm. For now. And then for Valine's tiny hut, 10-foot radius, a mobile dome. So yeah, you would basically be half of the tiny hut, if not more. And you'd probably have to, like, you'd have to be sitting in it. standing up would be too much.
Are we going under the assumption that we just hit the thresholds to the size change, or are we
Yes.
going
So
to...
at this point, you are basically spot on 10 p.m. That would be 12 feet over your normal. So you're
12
at
feet
18,
over the original?
Yeah. So you're at 18 feet right now. So you're kind of on
Okay.
that edge. I think I'm going to leave you at huge even at the max when you max out. You roughly know where that falls. I don't know. The party will guess because that's still happening. Um,
Mhm.
Even though your size might be bigger than that, it's just easier to represent you on the map this big, I think. So we'll just play it at that for now. But yeah, so Kara's getting bigger. You guys can officially do your long rest at this point if you want. It's kind of up to you.
Okay. And if we're long resting, we're long resting.
Party okay with that?
Yep.
Alrighty. Let's set a watch order, unless you guys don't want to.
Last.
First.
Okay.
Middle.
Middle being second or third? And Leif will take
The
other.
one before Pluzak.
So you're taking third, and Leif will take second. Okay, cool. Mace, Leif, Kara, Pluzak. Give me perception checks, please.
That's not perception check.
Wow.
Cool.
That was for my wand.
Mm-hmm.
The jump on us for sure.
That's for Leif. Okay, perfect. This is good. This is good. Perfection. Okay, so we're gonna see how you guys decide to handle this. Mace, your watch actually goes relatively uneventful. Short of you keep hearing kind of these loud echoes and kind of sounds of ice, sort of echoing down the hallway. From where you guys slid down. Eventually, you finish your watch. You start waking Leif up, and right as you start to kind of rouse his groggy form, and he's kind of blinking, looking around, you all of a sudden realize the room has gotten far chillier than it was before. You would have, I think, seen this coming a little better if not for a 0. But essentially, before you have a chance to respond, you would watch a blizzard fill the room, and the form of what looks like an owl humanoid in the center of it. I believe at this point you're probably pretty fairly aware of what that is, as it completely passes by you and flies through the trees, glaring down at you. And I'm going to need the entire party to do Constitution saving throws, please.
Everyone else except Pluzak has my bonus.
Okay.
Which is 5.
That's a nat one.
So
Leif got the opposite, nat 20. Perfect for him on con save.
when I sleep in my shell,
Mhm.
is that technically withdrawing into my shell each night, or is that
I'd say so. Yeah.
not?
Yeah, I'd say you're withdrawn. Absolutely.
Thank God I have cold resistance. That's all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. So in this instance,
Because otherwise, that probably would have sucked.
yeah. So in this instance, 3 of you will be fine. Kara, though, you're going to be suffering just a little here. Normally, there would have been damage associated with this as well, but because of your cold resistance, I'm just going to say that you're going to resist the damage, but you are going to end up with a point of exhaustion, as basically this chill hits you to the bone, wakes you up suddenly, and is not going to allow you to sleep well throughout the night. Because it does indeed fill and continue to maintain inside this whole cave. You would all kind of at that point, be awakened enough. Kara, you would see this blizzard pass through, go to that southeast tunnel. Pluzak, same with you. Of course, Mason Leif do as well, and Valine. So you would know that the Frostmaiden has at this point eclipsed you guys and is ahead of you in the city.
Great.
I would tell you, at that point, it is your choice whether to continue long resting, but she is technically there going to be doing things. So let me know. Are you guys going to just continue through the night, or are you going to...
Would the full effect of the long rest have gone through, or no?
It will not have yet, no. So we're basically
And
at the point where
I say
Leif,
long rest.
it's just starting
If she's
Leif's.
already there, we finished the long rest.
Okay, so that's totally cool. Kara, you would attempt to lay down, but your shivering makes it difficult to properly sleep throughout the night, like I said. So you're going to end up with one thing of exhaustion. However, you want to choose to
Cool.
solve that in the future.
I already know how I'm going to solve that when we wake up in the morning. I still have the 2 pills of vitality. I'm going to pop one of those.
Did you have? I thought you used
I
one
made-
of them already. In the
I
fortress.
thought I had 3 originally.
You
and
might
I've
have.
used
I
one
couldn't
of the
remember. I know that
3.
you had the right number. I just know you used one of what you had, but you're right. Yeah, that's fine. I just couldn't remember how many was left. Truly.
But I have 1 remaining after
Right.
I use this one,
Yeah,
but that
so
gets rid of my exhaustion.
Yep,
And for the next
absolutely.
24 hours, I regain the maximum number of hit die for any
short rests and all that. Yeah, absolutely.
number of hit points for any hit die spent.
Right. Beautiful.
So.
That's yep, totally be fine. But when we switch from Leif's to your watch, as he kind of, not necessarily wakes you up since you're not really sleeping well, you do notice with your passive perception that there is a lot of noise coming from the city. Of course, without kind of going to see what that is, that's difficult to tell what's properly occurring. But
I mean,
she's doing something over there for sure.
For my watch, Kara just stands up and she has full coverage of the area.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just more. There's a lot of noise coming from the city now. For sure, that was not coming from the city before. Then eventually you'll wake up Pluzak. Pluzak, on your watch, again, Kara, you're laying down shivering, so you're not really able to sleep well. Pluzak, you would hear a lot of the same stuff that Kara did. And then eventually, kind of towards the end of your watch, when you're cooking and finishing up some stuff and about to wake everybody up, you would actually see it must be super bright because it's reflecting down the entirety of the tunnel enough that you're noticing it, but a very bright light seems to be coming from Ythryn's direction.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just writing down stuff.
Absolutely. So at the point that everyone is being awoken, you of course finish your long rests. That bright light would still be occurring for sure. And then I guess the Dryad, seeing you all start to awaken, would offer you pears if you wish. And she would ask, "Oh, so Mr. Turtle, if I might inquire, are you all going to be heading out now, or?"
Unfortunately,
Yes.
we require.
Only Pluzak can
Only
understand her.
Pluzak.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's easy to forget, especially. It's been a while.
Yes. Did you not feel the blizzard in the middle of the night?
My trees and I certainly did, and it is far colder here now, but we are especially enchanted to be able to resist such things, so it's nothing worse than what we've experienced, really, in these caves. So, I do have a request, if you don't mind, but would you and your party be willing to return here whenever you wish to rest? Of course I'll let you have my pears at any time that you want, but, I would really appreciate the company.
I mean, we didn't really converse too much through the night with you. Is there a particular reason why you like to have us here?
It's just been such a long time since I've had people's carbon dioxide.
Oh, I understand.
I would very much like you and your acquaintances to stay, if you wouldn't mind. It's very beneficial, both to my loneliness and to the tree's growth.
Do we get a benefit from the pear each day, or that-
I think that once you utilize it, then another pair can assist you again. I'm not really one to partake of my pairs, to be honest.
We
so I
still
would-
know that we can still do the things that we can do with the Paris, respectively, right?
And you still
Despite
can
the
sense that
long
you can
rest?
do so. Yep.
So I have to imagine they will probably last until we use them.
Yeah. So I would say if we are in the area to take a rest here, we will most definitely come over here and take a rest.
Could you
But,
please inform your party of my request as well? I wish to feel like one of you, like everyone is aware. I don't want to be an outsider, ununderstood.
Okay. So then in common, I would address the party and say, Jesus, Kara, you're still humongous. And
I
then
noticed scraping head on the ceiling.
I would say Hathawin has requested if we long rest again to, or any rest really, to come back to her grove here and take the rest here, as it will assist with helping the growth of her trees.
She's just standing there
Okay.
nodding the whole time Pluzette's talking, by the way, like not sure what he's saying, but just agreeing.
So if we need to rest, come back here. Easy enough.
We've had
And
worse places.
and I would look at Hathawin and let her know the party doesn't seem to have a problem with that, and if we are close enough by to rest, we will most likely do that.
Okay.
We're not doing any rolling today from her like we did yesterday.
Not currently. If she believes that you guys are going to come visit again, I think she's going to let you go on her way, with just the intention that you fulfill your promise like you did once already. So.
Okay. Got my zombie fleet. This is 5, 6, 7.
So Kara, you will be unable to follow down the tunnel currently.
Yep.
And also to answer your earlier question about the changing stuff, yes, you can definitely do that at this point.
We'll get.
I think I would remember the spell. Animate dead. Maintain. The 4.
All right. So since the party
Okay.
does sound like you're gearing up to go to Ythryn, I do want to kind of give you guys a heads up. The next kind of, I don't know, probably a couple sessions in general, I will probably need a lot of there's going to be just a fair bit of downtime, only because there's a lot of places for you guys to choose to go here. I mean, we'll figure out how to get Kara down the tunnel in a second. I'm just going to change the map so we can discuss it. I mean, you literally have the whole city to explore, right? So where you choose to go, what you choose to do, affects which battle maps I need and all that. I have them all downloaded in the background. I have them all ready to be used, basically. But I'm going to be building the maps depending on where you guys go, and depending on when you run
Right.
into random encounters and what's in those random encounters and all that. So there's just going to be periods of 2 or 3 minutes where I just need to assemble based on what you guys are doing. Just a heads up for you. So.
So can you give us a rundown of all the zones that are here?
Sort of. Define give you a rundown, because realistically, your party doesn't
don't
really
know.
know much, right? You
Right. I
definitely
guess
see.
visually speaking,
Yeah.
how
Let's
the
hope
city
we get
separates
there and
itself.
there's a "you are here" pointer on a map somewhere, and
Well-
we can decide from there.
There is to a degree, right? You know that you're coming from the icy walkway down from the southwest.
Yeah.
You would see, some sort of a giant arena right ahead of you that has an amphitheater-like structure. There's definitely buildings in the distance that look kind of more put together. Like you see that big domed building almost to your northeast. Over here
Taj
is pretty well
Mahal-esque
together. The tower in the middle here is pretty well put together. This spire, a lot of these spires are still kind of well held up. Most of the kind of square buildings and structures look very decrepit, destroyed. This, arch seems pretty well put together. This kind of house, these trees over here are definitely still trees. It's really more, as you guys approach things, I'll be sure to clarify what seems like it's still standing and searchable versus just kind of houses that are either abandoned or falling apart. But it's really, what you see on the map is what you know for the most part, right? So I would definitely clarify that the northeast section of the map is far too frozen over for you to think that it's got, there's stuff that's over there, but a lot of it is covered in ice. Maybe the east side in general, but there's still things standing that you would even think are possible to visit over there. It's just
I mean, if my little box there is our starting point, this looks interesting. Go there first.
If you want to,
Sure.
sure. Either
Yeah.
way.
Anyone?
So before
Seems
we do that, though,
to me.
again, we still have to figure out. Technically, Kara can't move down the tunnel. So
Right.
So, well, I'm assuming I have to animate that again. I always forget what time I
yes,
need to do that. I didn't
technically, it's
write
not.
it down.
Yeah, I think we just did it at the end of the long rest last time to make it easier to just kind of keep it in track with the long rest. So
Okay.
yes, we would need to animate that
So
again. Valine will do the
I
same.
can,
Go ahead.
yeah, I can cast it at 3rd level, which is its base level, which animates 4.
And didn't we? Doesn't it
Keeps
have a
4.
thing? Yeah, it keeps them. That's right. So
Yeah,
Valine, I
it keeps
guess, would
4.
do the same. You said you can cast it at third or fourth level to do that.
3rd level keeps 4.
Okay.
So that would, if she does it, that would keep 3, and that would be all 7.
But she can do it at third level as well, right? So.
Yeah, but that I'm saying that we only have 7.
Oh, you only have the 7? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the
Yeah.
number of them. Okay, yes, okay. Then yeah, you guys will be able to keep all 7 of them, and she will be down 1/3 level as well. And let me note 6 a.m. You guys have officially reached day 80 of the campaign. Yay.
Woo!
Okay. All right. Yes, so you'd have all the skeletons at least as well. All right.
Okay. So now that I have that under wraps, I would say let's the hell? There we go.
Okay, so also I just realized I didn't read you the actual thing. As you guys start to walk towards this icy path, I know Kara is still behind. We'll still have to figure that out, but just to give you the set piece. Green and purple lights cast an otherworldly glow upon the frost draping the silent city. Clawing spires, broken domes, and steeples leaning at odd angles surround a huge citadel. At the foot of the causeway, a giant statue lies prone and motionless, its surfaces gleaming with rime. So, somewhere around the end here. I would also ask, are you guys going ahead of Kara, or are you solving the Kara problem and moving together?
So I'm going to try to cast reduce on Kara
Okay.
to reduce her size for
So I
a
would say that
minute.
definitely lets her get to the point of,
Large,
being
I think.
well, yeah, and she can squeeze down the tunnel, enough to be at this kind of icy causeway. That gets you
I
there.
still have the old map. I still have the Necropolis map where on
No,
the
that's what I'm
other
saying.
one.
No,
That's where I want.
we're deciding where to go. So
My point is, you already checked that you could do a dash and make it down that tunnel. And if he can do that for a whole minute, for a larger juice, right? Then you have that times 10. So you definitely can make it to this icy causeway, is what I'm saying. So you'll be able to make it to here. The next issue will be whether or not, when you're trying to search buildings, you're small enough. But that's neither here nor there at this point. You won't be able to make it. I was just making sure that we spend the spell slot if that's how we're doing it and all that.
Yep.
So Kara will be there. So yeah, you guys are kind of on the ice. You can basically move as you're searching the city. I think it's that key in the bottom corner can be moved every. Was it 5 minutes? I'm trying to find it. Wait one sec. Where did you go?
Where did you come from?
Yeah, really. Yeah, there it is. So yes, every 5 minutes you guys can move. It's like 55 feet on the, the thing, the 200 of the bar. Yeah, 55 squares every 5 minutes, basically. And that's assuming you're being cautious. If you wish to move faster, it is possible. It's just so if you want to go to the arena, that's totally fine. And then you can spend time searching and all that. That's your call.
that'll be 10. What?
55 feet is 5 minutes of movement.
Yeah,
Unless
so
you
the
choose to
arena
move
would be
faster.
maybe 100, so that's 10. Question mark?
Yeah, it'd be 10 minutes to get there roughly. Going from the end of the causeway where you guys are roughly, yeah. 100 and... Well, actually, so maybe closer to 30 minutes, or sorry, 15 minutes, but yeah, it's 15 minutes.
I think while we're walking down that way, Kara's gonna be just surveying the area to see where Auril would have gone.
So that's a good point. As you walk out, Auril is actually over. Let me do this for you. Probably the best bet would be to do this.
Because like
Good,
a
like a
mobile
little token.
blizzard, a mobile blizzard would be kind of noticeable.
Yep. And not only is she still very much, she's not actually doing the blizzard anymore, but she is very noticeable for much to what you had seen before. She
Ah,
has
the bird.
essentially somehow managed to have her bird with her. Now I would. That's a good point, Kara. The blizzard is gone for sure. I need a group perception check. I can't. Let's go where I want. There it is. Please.
Okay.
Fire.
Hey.
Hey, Pluzak. Okay. So all of you are doing pretty good. I'm not going to bother rolling for Leif. So Pluzak, you're the one who kind of notices it first, and as you pointed out to everyone, it becomes far more evident as you all kind of share your gaze around this necropolis and notice not only in one place but in quite a few places. There are frost giant skeletons. There are what look to be, even though it's tough to tell at this distance, moving piles of snow that would remind you quite heavily of the ones that you fought while trying to get Kara's sword. You guys would see large white winter wolves patrolling certain areas of the streets, and basically just a whole bunch of frosty kind of air and atmosphere seeming to follow these groups. This is also, as you are looking out, you would also kind of notice there is indeed movement beyond that. You can't quite tell what all the creatures that you see are, especially because a lot of them you don't recognize, but you see movement nonetheless, even in areas that are not where the Frostmaiden's forces may seem to lie. So the city, albeit dead, does not seem to be quite empty, per se. So just a heads up on that as you guys kind of glare out. The Frostmaiden herself is currently got her hands kind of out towards this spire. Much as was told of you guys by the Nothics, there is a gigantic force field that is kind of glowing, emanating. It seems to be warbling almost, growing brighter and then dimmer. And after just a minute or so of the Frostmaiden continuing to do this, and you can tell that this bright light that was pouring down the tunnel was very much from this force field being tested, I guess. It would for a moment dim enough that the Frostmaiden would seem to jump off of her bird's back and fly into the windows in front of her, and then the force field would kind of come back up. The rock is still stuck outside of it, and you would see, I guess Kara or Pluzak's eyes would be good enough right now. You would see Auril seems to motion something to it, and at that point it just starts to fly off, and you would recognize that it is starting to do some sort of flying pattern around the city.
Fucking great.
So,
We don't
if you
see any
remember-
giant hands.
you would not currently be able to see them, not in terms of... Again, you see a lot of movement in the city. You do think you see what looks to be kind of weird glowing lights that could potentially be hand-shaped. If you get closer, you're not really sure.
You know, I'm just gonna
And-
say this just for transparency. I'm kind of annoyed that bitch can just fly in and take over the place, where if it was just us getting in here, we would have had to blow up the damn city before getting there.
Yeah, there was no way we were getting into that tower before she arrived, right? Like that was not happening.
Yeah, I imagine that whatever thing we have to do to get into it would have taken way too long, and she would have just waltzed in.
So let's hope that her people are fighting whatever the left of this city is fighting, and
You
we
think
can
there's
use the
something left to
chaos
this?
to get in. And the city is still here. as were those creatures that apparently came from the city.
Yeah, the Archmage had to be controlling the city here. So there's definitely stuff to command or stuff to
I mean,
rule
that
over.
severed golem head was still trying to get back to its body. I'm pretty sure there's stuff here that would be a threat to both of us.
Oh man.
Okay,
Cracks
well,
knuckles.
all the more reason to be careful, I suppose. And Auril will likely be waiting for us at the spire. We'll just have to deal with their forces in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna have to use the Tarask here,
Yeah, there's
right?
no other option.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
No, Tarask might. I don't think a Tarask can swim, so that's why I was thinking about using it on the island. Use it here, the Tarask is on land. It'll go everywhere until we can kill it, and I don't think I can take one of those out.
But maybe Auril can, weaken it.
Let's just say I'm against that option.
Okay, so we know we need to get into the towers of wizards to get the rituals, the information on the rituals to enter the center spire. Are we going directly to the towers of wizards? Are we? What are we doing? I mean, the mythalar, the thing that controls the weather, right? Do we think it's in the center spire? I'm assuming it's got to be in the center spire.
Yeah, the Professor Scan said that the spiky thing said that's what it was. Yeah, that's why we have to do the ritual to get there. Yeah.
So, yeah. Are we beelining it to these towers? I'm assuming this is a tower. Right? And then we have like another tower over here. And we have like another tower over here.
I mean, what
Are
about
we
those
just going to
hooks
that?
hanging off the side of the city itself? Those look like towers.
They indeed do. In
These,
fact, you would believe they are indeed just that.
those could be the towers. This could be another tower. Well,
Well, seeing as
um,
how there are two directly off the ice spire, we check one of those first and we build our way off from those.
okay. Okay. Uh, left or right?
I'm
So
gonna roll a
we
die
go.
and
We're going where?
Yeah, I'm with Mace on that one. You're going to the tower first or the arena
I'm
first? Or are you trying
I'm
to
gonna roll a
decide?
die, and if it's
Gotcha.
odds, we go left. If it's evens, we go right.
Okay.
We go right.
So, yeah, so I'm assuming we'll probably hit up this tower first here.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
And, um,
So
yeah.
from there to there to there. That seemed like the
Well,
idea for now.
yeah, I mean, let's see what the tower does, if the tower has anything or not. And then
Just
we can
starting a
decide where
path
to
is
go.
all.
Okay, so I'll have to
Yeah.
set that up. That's fine. No
Um,
worries. Give me
Was there anything else I can label on the map, or you guys
do.
can label
That's
too
also
on the
not what I
map
was doing.
that
Fuck.
Rick said earlier? I
So
was trying to
are
catch
the
stuff.
spiky things on the edge of the disc the towers?
We're not sure. We're not sure.
That's
So
That's why we're gonna
we have
check
to
it first.
investigate. I mean, they look like towers. Also, what kind of light are we got in here? Now that the force field thing isn't being attacked?
Right. So even without the force field, I will go back to it. One sec. So as you guys kind of walk out into Ythryn, I think I read this before as Mace looked out at the city the first time. But essentially, so the tunnel opens up into a vast grotto enclosed by gleaming ice. Consigned to this frozen sculpture is a fantastic city, sculpted by ancient magic and illuminated in a haunting way by green and purple lights that shed no warmth. The city is slightly tilted, its spires leaning away from you as though recoiling from your presence. You stand atop the causeway of you stand atop a causeway of frost-covered ice that stretches towards the city like the dead, frozen tongue of some hideous behemoth. out of whose mouth you have just escaped. So you can tell that the city is still lit by these green and purple lights. I would say it's enough, again, you guys can all kind of see, like when you're out in the Icewind Dale, it's kind of dim light, but not enough to stop you from being able to see what's going on.
So there is light here.
Yeah. I mean, if you want things to be brighter, they can definitely be brighter, but there's enough light to see.
Okay. And that. I mean, I always have my light on my helmet, so.
I can cast the light cantrip or just pull out my my sunblade.
Uzak will say to Kara, I can see more clearly now than I've ever have before.
The appear.
She'll crouch
Okay.
down to get closer to him. I am proud of you.
You
Oh,
better not
boy.
be looking up.
Yeah. You know what? Eyes down.
It's not
eyes
like
down.
she's not wearing pants.
Oh. I was thinking like Xeno Warrior Princess. Right?
Yeah, I thought.
Okay.
God.
Bitch,
You
we
know?
in the cold.
I don't
She's
know.
got
That
cold
never
resistance.
seemed
Sarah
to
ain't
matter.
dumb.
She's got cold
I
resistance.
didn't start with it.
I'm going by
True.
the picture, okay?
Yeah.
A picture that doesn't show legs.
Yeah, I mean, but she said she's in the cold, right? I mean, I wouldn't be wearing that outfit in the cold.
All right.
Look at those distracting shoulders.
This one is that. Okay.
Man, I wish Pluzak touched that spear.
That.
And we just had a giant fucking turtle walking around.
Who could at will change himself to be smaller if he wanted? Yeah.
Or even larger.
Yeah, we could have had a Godzilla-sized Pluzak. We could have passed him off as the trash.
Yes.
Oh my God.
We got Tarrasque. And I just like get bigger.
Let's up that, and then hide reveal mask. Is that what they're calling it now? That's weird. Yep. Okay. All right. So, the group was going to the tower first. Is that correct?
The
To the
little
right.
orange
Yeah.
trace out thing on the
Okay,
ground.
I was on a different map, so I had to. Let me see. Ah, cool. Okay. So, why do I not see the? There we go. All right. So let me measure, just because I need to know how much time is passing. 95, 115. We're just going to call it 110 for ease.
About
10 minutes. About 10 minutes for you guys to get to the tower. All right. Cool. All right. So you guys will progress. So like I said, I think I read the causeway already, but just in case. Green and purple lights cast an otherworldly glow upon the frost draping in the silent city. Clawing spires, broken domes, and steeples leaning at odd angles surround the huge citadel. At the foot of this icy causeway, a giant statue lies prone and motionless, so you guys would be passing that. Its surface gleams with rime. So,
Okay.
kind of like at the turning point of your orange line, you would see this statue, just so you know. You don't have to do anything, just there. Unless you guys want to stop. you
Like
can continue on.
fully intact.
Yes.
Laying
It
prone?
would be about the same size as Kara currently.
The tower itself.
No, the statue.
No, statue.
The statue.
And
Okay.
yeah, I mean it's kind of oddly shaped. It's laying face down, and it is humanoid in design. It has like a head, but it seems not to really have much neck. It's like it drapes down from there. Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Yeah, we'll walk past it to go to the tower first.
okay, cool. So you continue to the tower. So a stone walkway leads to a tower that claws upward and inward, its pointed roof leaning menacingly overhead. Narrow windows pierce its walls, and gargoyles cling to its eaves, and a doorway at the tower's base gapes open.
Gargoyles. Oh man. Wish I wasn't a DM before.
Okay.
I mean,
I
that's
feel
fair,
that.
but there's also a chance that it's not what you're
They
thinking.
are just
So
they are just statues.
it's always a chance, right?
Yeah.
They're gargoyles, or they're gargoyles. One way or another.
Um.
Hmm.
Okay. Definitely looks like a tower that people would be maybe wizards might be in, like holding up the city or doing something. What do you guys think?
Well, we can quickly check out. Fine, right? We just need to confirm whether it's the kind of tower we're looking for. There are plenty of pointy-looking buildings in this place.
Okay. So
Well, try to stay near windows so I can help.
is the opening big enough for Kara to come through?
No, it would absolutely not be. It is. You know what? Here, you guys are kind of. Let me do this. 1 second. Where is my tool? Thing. Do you want to not be a jerk, please? Thank you. Yeah. So, whoever kind of is peeking their head near the door of the tower, you'd be able to essentially see, like this. You know, it's a basically a 5 foot size door at best. You know, kind of medium-sized creature designed.
Okay. Um.
I could sit in front of the door and block people from following you.
Maybe.
That's what I used to do.
That is true. There was multiple times in Zardarok's fortress that actually helped.
Yeah.
I am taking a page out of your book to do that. So
I appreciate it. I mean, I'm taking a page out of your book to make my cuirass, but okay. We'll see it when it
Couldn't you
gets here.
just take the page out of his book that tells us what his evil plan is?
I mean, conversations, right? So, do we want to go in stealthily or attempt to go in stealthily? And I would not look at Kara when I'm
So-
saying this because she's.
I do want to point out, because you've brought it up, as you say that, you kind of look at Kara, and it makes you look up high enough to realize that big rock is still flying around looking down. So that whole concept of stealthy, as much as it is a good concept, is something you might have to keep in mind for outside just as much as inside.
I cling to the side of the tower and use it to shimmy around to the other side where it won't see me.
Kara
Kara's just gonna
pretends to be a
fucking solid
gargoyle.
snake this shit, slowly shimmying around every time that it comes close to the line of sight.
She's gonna get into a building and then just like stand up and have the whole building come up around her, and then she's gonna walk around.
I'm going to use a building
Kneel
as a
down.
cardboard box.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Or
Well,
up
no,
at the
I
top.
meant more stealthily
Building
because
moving.
of what's in there. Like, I know we're
Absolutely.
gonna be
No, no, no.
spotted
100%.
from stuff outside.
My point was more just keep in mind that is. I'm essentially trying to point out there is a mechanic there as well, that even if you guys are inside and stealthy, if someone is outside
I am
spotted,
not.
you know, there's going to potentially be an issue from that. So,
Yeah, I
Let's
figure
not-
anywhere that
not beat
Kara
around the bush.
is, we're kind of screwed.
hey, just throwing it out there, because your pass without trace, if you sit there with her, maybe is enough, you know? That was why I thought pass without trace was going to be interesting, because I had planned the thing with the rock going forward in general. So I was like, without Mallow, that's going to suck for you guys. But you kind of solved that. Interesting. Should you choose to use it that way?
I could also turn invisible 3 times.
Yeah, we got the pair.
Oh, see, there
Got
we
the
go.
pair right
Oh,
now.
there's the.
So yeah, so do we want to attempt to go into this tower stealthily, or since it's the first tower we're going to, find out what we're actually up against for going into the other towers, and then maybe the other towers we go in stealthily if there's stuff that we have to worry about in this tower. Otherwise, we might not find anything, and then the next tower we go into, we might find, that the gargoyles are actually real, but they didn't attack us because we're stealthy.
Yeah, you're onto something there.
Probably should I vote that we just go in and check it out and not really care
Okay.
much for stealth first, and
Okay.
then
And as a group, let's understand this and like work together. If we do get attacked, we're not leaving our best fighter outside. Why don't we draw the enemy out if we can?
What are you talking about? Leif could go in with you.
Yeah, Leif's like already standing there a little upset at you. Like, dude, I'm right here. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Give him a thumbs up.
He summons an echo behind you. That's just whispering in your ear. Oh my wamo shindiru.
And he's got the net out too.
Exactly.
Turtles get stuck in nets all the time.
No, it's not a net for once. For some reason, it's just changed an image to be one of the like a really big six pack plastic ring thing. You know.
Yeah. Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So that's all. Pluzak is saying let's try to, not leave a member of our fighting crew out that can assist.
Mhm.
And then I
Like
say,
Kara said, stay near your windows.
yeah. So then I say, let's attempt to go in then. Leif, do you want to go first or?
Leif would basically say, well, I mean, if we're not trying to be stealthy, I think I can just send my echo in. Like we can just wait out here and it can go in. And I can see
Okay.
through its eyes and then we can know what's happening.
Okay.
But you got to listen to me telling you what's what again. So that's up to you.
All the skeletons are telepathically talking back to me and going, "Oh, you might not want to do this."
he's been like telepathically communicating with them this entire time, by the way, of just like trying to figure out, who's who, because every time he tries to talk and see which one's which, he can't tell which skeleton is which from not being able to like have a head and see where they are and all that.
Man, he's
and
so
the skeletons
racist.
are like in our torment.
He thinks all skeletons are the same.
Exactly. Okay. So, if that's the idea, then what we'll do is, all right, we're gonna run this a little interesting. So, Pluzak, let me do this. We're gonna put you back on the necropolis quick. We'll put all you guys down near the tower, in terms of your actual tokens, right? Kara, let me make you. Well, actually, for this map, size-wise, even being that size is fine. It's probably more representation of where you guys are. Leif, we will put here as well. And then I'm going to just move Mace over. I should probably put Valine there. And you would technically have your skeletons as well, of course, but we'll put those down when it's
Oh, hey,
warm.
Valine. Wait a minute. She has an owl on her shoulder?
She does. Sorry.
She's missing an eye.
Yes.
Yes, she is.
Didn't mean to. Why is it not letting me drag her out?
I don't like this now that she has an owl on her shoulder.
What's happening? Hold on one sec.
Kill her.
Owls are
It's
turtle's natural enemy.
It's Auril.
Why can I not? Oh.
Is it
I know why.
because you put the portrait up?
I'm in the wrong menu. Plop. There we go. Alright, so now I will navigate us back over. And anyone who wants to enter with Leif, you can put yourself on this map, but Leif's echo will be on the map here, as Leif himself is on the outer map. So if a fight breaks out in either location, we might have separation, just depending on what happens. So.
Yeah, I mean, I got 7 skeletons, but I'm not going to put them on unless... Like, they're going to stay outside to protect us right now, in case
absolutely.
something from outside comes in.
Okay, so Leif's echo will go in. This is going to leave Leif sitting next to you, Kara. He is currently deafened and blinded, but he can still communicate. For this period of 10 minutes, he is able to be in his echo, and it can go up to 1,000 feet away from him, as long as it is not attacked and destroyed, and he can see through its eyes and hear through its ears. So that would mean, as he enters this kind of first room...
Kara's just sitting down with her shield out, and he's up against the shield on the other side of it.
So, let's see here. We're just going to do a pretty big reel. So, Pluzak, are you moving in with the echo?
No, I'm going to be right at the entrance.
Okay,
I had
cool.
already put my guy on this map.
No, you're good. I just wasn't sure. So, as Leif walks in, I guess what he would first tell you is... so, Kara, he just starts talking at you. He knows you're nearby, but he's gonna do the classic like, "All right, I'm inside," because he can't hear himself, so he doesn't realize volume control. And he's gonna say, "It's slippery, and there's a room, and there's a wooden door straight ahead, and I don't know what's on the other side, and there's 2 more wooden doors to my left and right. Which one
He's
should
in
I
a
go in?
hallway.
Touch my left hand or my right hand? I can't hear anything. Well, I can hear stuff, but I can hear it from my echo. Is anyone there?"
Kara will take her pinky finger and tap his right arm.
Okay,
So big.
So he will go and have the echo kind of open up this door here. Inside this room, I believe he just finds. Let me check. I think it's that one. So it's just a workshop. So he kind of calls back to you like, "It's got a whole bunch of like broken equipment and tables, and they're all covered in frost. And there's like 2 tables or work tables or something. And that's it. Should I go to the straight door or the left door? You can tap my right hand for the straight door."
Tap left again.
Okay, so he'll go and check the left door. And then in this one, it's... there were books. There's lots of books, but they're, like, rotted and destroyed. And a table that's rotted and destroyed.
Kara will just to the rest of the group. Well, you guys can hear him. Looks like the first 3 areas clear.
And at that point, he'll go and open the other door and step into this room, and he'll be like, "I found a staircase! There's stairs! They go up! Should I go up?"
I don't know how to tell him not to go up.
He didn't give any instruction.
He'll just wait, because he hasn't felt a tap. How about that?
I would grab both of his shoulders and just gently, like,
Does this
press.
mean
Lift
go
him?
up? I think it means go up! He's gonna start going up the stairs.
I will smack him on the back of the head.
Okay, we'll stop at the bottom of the stairs.
I'm kind of worried. I don't think I should be in charge of directing him. If I use too much pressure, I might break him.
I feel like something was just said that if I could hear it, I would say, like, "Oh yeah," or "giggity," or something.
Alright, I'm gonna break him.
Oh yeah? Did I get it right this time? But so I guess he's waiting at the bottom of the stairs still. He will clarify that for you. If you don't squeeze my shoulders again, I'll stay here.
Wait, if I don't squeeze his
Yeah, he's not
shoulders,
moving
that
and-
means...
Don't touch him. He's not moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had to still be confusing. It's life.
Yeah.
We'll look to
Okay.
the group. You're moving in, or you're waiting for Shadow Leif to go all the way up this tower?
I'll move in with him if there's something I can probably get away with minimum scratches. So I'll go.
So Mace walks into the tower. As soon as he kind of sees you walking up to him, Mace, like normal Leif just says to you, Kara, "Oh, hi, Mace! I thought that was you who slapped me, though. Your hand was cold." He can't hear me, can he? Okay. Just...
So I'll just double check whatever he saw.
Yeah, sure,
Button
okay,
books and
so,
shelves and what else did he see
give
here?
me a sec. I'm going to give you a little bit of a different description if you're seeing it with your own eyes.
Okay.
So I'm reading from a different section of the book, so I have to change some things. Just give me a sec. But so essentially, much like he said, the kind of structure of this room, the room's floor, kind of leaves it to being slippery and icy. Everything seems to be coated in frost. As you enter the front door, across, straight across from you is a wooden door that's flush with the ceiling, and right now, currently, it's ajar. You would see, Shadow Leif standing, or Echo Leif standing at the bottom of the stairs, straight ahead of you through it. And then 2 more doors, very similar, to the left and right. And I would say that Leif didn't mention this to you, but you would notice flanking the door straight ahead of you, the one that goes to the stairs, are two stone statues um, that kind of they look almost like long-faced human wizards, or at least they're dressed in wizard robes and are clutching staves. Um, Nothing seems to be happening with them. They're just, as far as you can tell, stone statues, and Leif's echo's already walked past them, so you don't know if that's them, not responding to the echo or what, but seems normal as far as you can tell. But yeah, he didn't mention those to you, so. And
They
then,
haven't done anything to the echo.
And as you check the other
Can I?
rooms,
So
you
this
would...
the whole statue plus the staff is made out of stone, yeah?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And then just because you did mention... oh, actually, there's also, I would tell you there's magically burning flames in some sconces around the room. And sorry, I just wanted to mention, as you checked the other rooms, you would indeed be able to tell that the one to the north is just what looks to be an ancient library that's destroyed, and the one to the south is some sort of workroom. You don't see any tools that look usable, just to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll head over here and check this room over to the right.
Okay, that should be that one, I think. The floor of this room is covered in shards of glass, frozen pools of spilled fluids, and the wreckage of two cabinets. And then in a niche in the far corner of the room, it looks like some sort of a metal chest, but its lid is open. So you're not sure if there would be anything there, but...
I mean, I guess I'll peek in, see, since it's open anyways.
Yeah, so you would be able to essentially tell it looks like it was a chest that was designed to hold potions, but it being open and there being shattered glass and a whole bunch of remnants of liquids on the floor kind of tells you the story of, as this place crashed, it probably either wasn't locked or something, and...
Spilled everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll go up the stairs.
Absolutely. So as you step towards the stairs, Leif says near Kara, "Whoa, hey, let me go first." But the echo will continue to move ahead of you. And I
Okay.
do believe... I gotta double check. Give me one sec, I gotta check something. I want to make sure I'm opening the right floor. I think it's this one next. Yes. Yes, okay.
So, Shadow Leif can hear, but non-Leif cannot, correct?
Leif can see and hear through his echo right now, so he sees and hears Mace, but he talks through himself because his echo can't.
Okay.
He's just
Yeah,
playing
I
on
was-
not himself. Yeah.
I was gonna say this is perfect hindsight. It's like, why aren't you just using your slug to telepathically talk with someone?
That would have been a good answer, a
Wow.
good question, but too late now.
I know. That's perfect
Mace, you
hindsight.
can follow up the stairs if you'd like with Leif, but when he reaches the top, I guess Kara, he'd be like, "More doors. Left, right, or straight. Two hands for straight. Left and right is left and right."
Mordor? Uh-oh.
Kara will, I guess, tap his head. Center.
He's like, "I said two hands. I don't know what that one means."
You know how hard it is to manipulate my fucking hands around here? Like, pinches both sides.
He's like, "I'm sensing you're bitching, and I don't know what you're saying."
Picks him up to throw him.
Straight ahead it is. So he'll open up that door, and let me see. I think that would be...
It's like she needs a pair of chopsticks to poke him.
What is that supposed to be? Sorry, one sec.
Okay.
Is Pluzak waiting at the entrance, or did you go up with him?
Yeah, I'm at the entrance.
We'll
Shit,
consider-
you should be directing him, not me.
Yeah, this
Nope.
this room seems to contain the shattered remains of a desk and some chairs. And if you walk in, Mace, I guess that's the question. Do you go search the rooms, or do you just look in them?
Yeah. I mean, once he opens them and nothing jumps at him, I'll probably go in.
Okay, so as you walk in the room, almost right as you step past the hearth of the door, you notice that essentially, sound is muted here. Like you don't hear the sound of your own footsteps, and none of the clanking of your armor that traditionally follows you makes any noise.
Oh.
Leif would tell you, by the way, Kara, we found more books, more, and like a chair and things. And I can't hear Mace.
Poke's right.
Right it is! And he's just going to walk up to this door here, walk in this room, and he would report back to you, Kara. There's a table, and books, and like a fireplace, and I think there's like looks like a bed or something similar.
Left.
Mace, you would just watch as like Leif, the Echo Leif, just walks back across the other side, pushes the door open, and walks in. This one is this room. He would report to you. Ooh, this is like a sex dungeon or something. There's metal cages, and they're kind of big, and there's lots of stuff like tools and things like across the room, but I don't know what.
He's
many
not
of them are.
speaking through his thing, right?
Nope,
He's talking to
that's
Kara
coming
back. Yeah,
to
so-
me.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
echo
okay.
itself makes no real noise.
The room I'm in. Are there any like,
Any windows?
I guess, unassuming items lying around, like lamps or I don't know, something like that, something small?
You are here. You do not really see anything like that, no. If anything, it seems this place is actually relatively more. I don't want to use the term barren. There's enough here, but simplistic, I guess, in nature.
Right.
You know, especially with the effect of what's going on around you and the chairs and all that, you would presume this to be some sort of like a study or a reading room, most likely. So
Okay,
there's just not a
so
lot to.
probably enchanted so that there's no one disturbs them.
Fair guess.
And I guess I'll check where the
Okay.
clone
So-
is right now.
When you go to catch up to him, you would see that this room contains 2 metal cages, both of which are badly damaged. And there's kind of a narrow window along the bowed outer wall. And you can see out into, the city. Not necessarily the city itself. I think that wall would be facing away, and you'd see like towards the ice caves and all that. But seems just like some sort of a laboratory would probably be the best term, because there's lots of tools and devices that look like potentially for measurement, but in all honesty, depending on both the state of disarray and destruction of them and the fact that they're ancient, you don't really have much knowledge of what these things really are. I would say one of the cages seems to have a corpse of some sort, and if you want to, you can do a nature check to see if you can tell what it is, but
Sure, why not?
might as well, right?
You said nature check?
Nature, yes.
Well, here goes nothing, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's not
Huh.
quite going to be high enough to tell what it comes from, sadly, but
Yeah.
it is certainly a good enough try. Might as well always try, right?
You said there's windows here?
Yeah, it's a slit window though. It's not something that you think anyone would ever be able to like pass through per se. But yes, there is
Right,
like
but there are like, is it throughout the entire circumference of this tower or just
narrow
in this location?
windows along the bowed outer wall. Yeah, so they'd be kind of just along the semicircular wall.
Okay, so
across the
I
room.
would go to the closest window to this side,
Mhm.
and even though I might not be able to even like stick my head out or anything, I'd say, hey Bluzak, there's corpses here. I know you like those.
Yoink.
Oh,
Kara
God.
just looks up towards the window. He's coming.
I'm here. What?
I feel like
Corpses?
it's time for a "that's what she said" joke.
Where's
Um,
Mace?
So
Mace.
So
over
Pluzak,
here, like I would call him out,
yeah,
like
you
to
would
this
enter the
room.
room, and you would definitely see, again, much like Mace did, that one of these cages holds the carapace of what looks like an insect-like person. Um, if you would like to do a nature check as well, you could potentially see if you know what it is.
Nope.
Yeah, not quite. Not quite with that, no.
Was this maybe a veterinarian office or something like that? I know I study when I see it, but my father never kept animals or anything like that.
Dog study.
Leif sees the two of you talking and is just like, I can't hear you, to Kara.
Oh my god.
Or sorry, I can't talk to you, I think it'd actually be what he says. I gotta say that right. He'd be able to hear you guys, not talk to you, though.
Kara will stand up for a minute to get closer to the window and just can you tell him to stop yelling?
Leif would hear you through the window, through his echo, and be like, sorry, through himself.
A little louder and you're fine. Just speak normal.
Sorry.
Good. Perfect. That's good.
Do you see maybe? I would ask Pluzak, I guess. Do you see any equipment that you might want to salvage? This seems like more your area of.
I mean, do I see any
There's
particular
nothing really that
tools?
you recognize. A lot of this equipment seems to be, netherese in nature, and even then, most of it is covered in so much ice and degraded so much that you're not even sure that they would necessarily work. So nothing seems to catch your eye in that sense,
Okay.
Muzak. When you walk into that
And in
room,
this-
I would point out you also, much like Mace,
No no sound.
yeah, no sound.
Any books in here?
There are books.
Scrolls.
There's books all throughout the spire, but the problem is none of them are in really good enough condition to really be read or studied. The ice and snow has kind of destroyed them. Or not snow, but the ice and the cold environment, and not really.
So
being
we're still
protected.
in one of the spikes that
Correct.
is around the edge of the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can we then, at the very least, safely assume that each of these is a tower from the towers that we need to look at?
You can definitely safely assume each of these is some sort of a tower. Maybe even a wizard's tower could be said. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair assessment of what you're seeing.
Anything in this northern room? Because I know
Uh,
Leif looked in here, but
Table sits in the middle of the room. Books are scattered around. Clinging to the bowed outer wall is the fireplace, like I mentioned, and along the same wall is a window and a bit of a bed. Yeah, no, nothing really catches your eye. I guess you can kind of see the titles of some of these books, even if they're not all necessarily salvageable. You'd be able to, I guess, tell Ajimar's Guide to the Fantastic and The Unfettered Mind sit kind of near the table. Their covers are covered in frost, but you can still see those titles. Yeah, I think that's
but
about
the
it.
condition of the book isn't like good enough.
You think you could read through to get an idea of what they might have been about. The problem is they're not written in common or anything. They're written in Laros.
No,
So
they're no,
I should have
these-
even probably not told you the titles, but it's too late now. Well, I guess you know Elvish. Maybe you can kind of tell a little
Yeah.
bit from that. So
I mean these books are like the best condition
Conditioned,
out
yeah.
of all the garbage that's
yeah.
here.
Oh, I forgot to exit that. Oops. Yes, that is correct. That's gonna be sitting up for a while.
Okay. So yeah, I would take those books, take them out of my bag of holding,
Okay, that should be fine.
as the stairs go up further.
Here, I'm just gonna do this for you. This would basically be copy. What you'd eventually be able to learn about them, just so that you have it for future reference if you need it. Please. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, I would say that there is a specification. A lot of it is not as like this stuff here, probably less so. Can I do a strike through? Because it's pretty degraded, right? The second one, I think you'd probably be fine, but like you're picking up on hints at that this being what it is, but it's not fully legible like it was a normal book, if you get what I'm saying. And then I think that's it. That's in that room. Yeah, that's it. And then
You guys go upstairs.
yeah, I think Leif will definitely continue upstairs. So let me unveil that. Alright. So he comes up here. He sees only one door to open, and he will just go into that room. Where is my... is this it? Yeah. Okay. Oops. Not what I wanted. Okay, so he comes to here. I'm gonna call it... Okay. So this looks like a chamber that appears to have been another laboratory. There's storage cupboards and empty shelves fastened to the walls, and shattered glass and alchemical equipment strewn across the floor. And there are arcane symbols painted across the floor. Yeah, that's I think mostly what you see.
Man, if I had picked up the read all writing, that would have been so
Could you imagine?
Ravnus.
You would have
I'm
saved
just like
yourself so much
Ravnus
time.
here would be so helpful. It's like, where is Ravnus?
I mean, technically, you know where he is. You could
Going
go
in
find him.
Never Land right now.
Yeah, you could just go
Yeah.
find him. Ask him to come back with you. Guys, we need to take like a trip back through the caves, back to the other side of the Icewind Dale, back to another
we'll-
realm, and then we'll be
Well,
back
Not
here.
necessarily. Not necessarily. I can detect a portal and see where there's a closer one.
True.
While Aural's in the center tower.
Exactly.
The more difficult thing to do is going to be pry me away from killing this god that is here.
Yeah,
Can
fair.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't have to go. Can I try to figure out what these arcane symbols are on the ground?
I don't actually see anything that discerns what they are, so I'm just gonna say
Okay.
no. It's Netherese magic. You don't really think that you can discern much.
Okay. And again, no books that stand out to be in decent enough condition to potentially read, or scrolls.
No, not really.
That's Pluzak's main mission, looking for how to do the ritual, right? To get into the center tower.
All right. I'm trying to look through. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, so for the most part, there's nothing that you can discern would be anything like
Okay.
that here.
So let's check out the northern room. I guess is the only one with a door.
Yep, one sec. You're going into that room. Rusty tableware, shattered plates, and broken chairs seem to lie scattered on the floor amid a couple tables. So it looks, the most part, to be probably like a small cafeteria space or something. Break room, something to that effect.
No mushrooms growing that I can grab and stick on my back.
No, not in this sort of icy, frozen domain. Sadly.
Too bad.
That's why Bluzak is trying to defeat wants the mushrooms to thrive again.
I would come out of here
Mm-hmm.
and look and say this part of the tower is smaller than the rest. Mace. Do you notice that? Mace.
Mace is in the room of silence, apparently. While you wait for him to respond, I'm going to actually stand up and hit the bathroom quick. I will be back.
Claw.
Sorry,
You
what's that?
there? So as I come out of this room here, I'm gonna talk to you and say, hey, this part of the tower seems a little smaller than the other floors. Do you like we're missing a room? Do you notice that?
I mean, this whole place is pretty cramped, but granted, I've mostly just been in caves and actual inn-sized buildings. Guess I didn't. But if we're missing space, you think there's what, like a hidden room or something?
Maybe a hidden room. Or they walled up a section and closed it. Well, I guess that would be a hidden room. Yeah.
Now, I mean, I can break the wall. That's not really an issue. The question is, these are pretty smart people, wizards. If they walled something off, it was probably with good reason, right?
I guess. We could always search the rest of this tower and come back to smash a wall, right?
Let's check out the next
Next
floor.
floor. Okay. I'm good with that. How does Kara feel about not making all the decisions on how we investigate and everything?
It's oddly relaxing.
Yeah.
Kara's outside just humming some of her songs, watching, waiting.
Continuing to grow.
If I hit Tarask size, start punching buildings.
Be funny if Rick was back this whole time and he's been trying to talk to us and he hasn't heard us because his mic is muted.
Nah. He'd have contacted one of us first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry for the wait. The girls also had to go out.
No problem.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Going up.
Going up. You're not going to try and break that wall like you were trying to do?
Not yet. We
Okay.
decided, they're powerful magic users. Maybe something's behind it. Let's check out the rest of this place.
Okay. So Leif will lead his way up again, as he has been doing. Up the stairs. He sees there's just one door. Let me make sure I'm going to the right section. Un momento.
I see a corpse.
Okay, I think it's just... Is it this one or that one? One sec. Okay, so Leif walks in. Make sure it stays right. Sorry, it's like I said earlier, I'm using a different part of the book to describe this tower because it's kind of detailed there and then it tells you to relay back to it, but it's not quite correct. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the right
Okay.
section. Yeah, okay, so it's this one. So this room has a bed that seems to be lying upside down on the floor. It's rotted blankets peeking out from underneath. It's disintegrating form. Mounted to the north wall is a mirror, a cracked mirror in a stone frame, merges seamlessly with the surrounding wall, and lying underneath, essentially like a window slit, is a partially crumbled and frost-covered human skeleton in tattered shreds of a nightgown.
A nightgown or a wizard bro?
Well, it's called a nightgown specifically, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. What do you make of this? We saw the study, so maybe this was like a private chamber.
This is human body.
Yeah, it seems human.
Luzak's resisting the urge to animate skeleton.
Are you just standing over it right now, or?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And we got the same statues up here too.
Yes, the statues pretty much look the same.
Okay. Well, I is anything noteworthy up here? The mirror is useless too. Broken.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a what did you call it? A frameless mirror?
Uh,
Yeah,
well, I mean,
it's
technically, right?
no,
It
it
kind of.
has a stone frame. It's seamless with the surrounding wall. It like kind of merges. It's flat with the wall. It's not sticking out from the wall.
It's
Oh,
embedded.
okay.
Yes, embedded.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good term.
Hey Mace, you want to touch the mirror?
I don't see why not, but I mean, it's broken. What's it gonna do? I'll go and grab one of the shards from the floor.
Yeah. So as you touch a shard of the mirror, you get sucked into another universe. No, I'm just kidding. Nothing happens. It's just a normal mirror.
I go on a whole separate adventure.
Yeah. But what the team doesn't
Become
know
the
is
shield
that it
hero.
all happens within seconds within your mind. It's like taking DMT.
Oh my god. Yes. Finally, something that can affect my organism.
Mace turns into a druggie. Just keeps touching the mirror. Slowly gets less and less in effect over time.
I
You
need
guys
to
got any
find
more
bigger
mirrors?
mirrors.
Any more magic mirrors? Scratching himself. But no, it's a completely normal mirror.
You guys ever see the episode of Rick and Morty where Morty discovers what true level feels like?
Yes.
Oh yes. Yeah. Uh, hmm.
All right. So nothing, no potential scroll or book that's in decent shape enough to read.
No, sadly. Yeah.
All right, Mace, you ready to knock down a wall?
Well,
Are you animating the body? Or
No.
what I figured was, if the wall is kind of more or less at this height, maybe I can just do a hole from the ceiling. We can look down to see what's down there. Just in case it's something that, could escape.
So you don't think it can like jump up?
A
You're saying?
full floor? I'd be pressed to do that.
Or fly? Okay. If you're gonna crack open the floor, I'm gonna stand all the way over here.
That's fine. I'll put myself over here and make a hole where I was standing. With chance, which I don't know if you want me to roll an attack or something.
yeah, roll an attack. We just gotta make sure you don't, like crit fail, essentially. I think the most walls and floors have like a DC of 10. Yeah, you're fine. 30
Leif
damage.
is shouting to Kara, "They're breaking the floor!"
Yeah, basically. No, he's whispering it because you told him not to yell anymore.
Yeah.
But yes, he is indeed telling you that they're breaking the floor. Yeah, you can make a pretty well-sized hole with that hit, no problem. You guys would definitely believe that you could fit one of you through it without too much issue. So let's just do a little wrong thing. Let's just do a little rectangle, like right here. So you guys are just peering down.
Yeah.
Okay, so all you would see at a distance is there's a stone altar that is attached to the floor of this otherwise empty semicircular room. And considering where you've made the hole, you can probably see this. An 8-pointed star seems to be carved into the eastern face of this altar.
Oh, I know. Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I can just ask Leif. Can you tell Kara to ask Professor Scant or Valine what an 8-pointed star might represent?
So Leif, sorry, you asked Leif to say that?
Yes.
Yeah, so he would say out loud for you and Valine Kara, like, hey, do you guys know what an 8-pointed star is? I guess anyone who wants to try can do a religion check to see if they know what the symbol is.
Out of curiosity, the necklace I took earlier, is that an 8-pointed star?
Possibly.
The
The token of Mistral.
symbol, yeah.
I have to go back and make sure, but I think it is. I need to go here. I need to go. One sec. Which is the right place? It's okay. 4-pointed star.
So the necklace is a 4-pointed star. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Then I was gonna say it represented the schools of magic, but I guess that was wrong.
Now the question is, how is Leaf communicating in this?
Well, yeah. So I don't think Leif
I'm
would be able to
gonna
communicate anything back to you guys.
roll.
But I mean, short of maybe like.
You
shaking
said it
his
was
head no.
religion, because I failed that.
Yes, it would have been a religion check. Pluzak, though, as you stare at the star, you would actually believe that this is very likely a holy symbol of Mistral, the first incarnation of Mistra, the god of magic.
Right, so I might have been right, even though my character was wrong.
Well, it's more like you had a good insight, but the amulet itself is technically not an 8-pointed star, so, you know, it was just an interesting insight. You didn't actually have necessarily proof on that one, but... yeah.
Why would they close off an altar like this?
You can go down there and find out. It's definitely a Mistral
Well, there's nothing alive down there, so
symbol.
why not? I'll jump down.
Yet. Oh boy. Okay.
I guess I'll just place myself here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so as you enter the room, you really don't have anything happen. Just seems to be the altar.
Can I?
Touch it. Pull its hand. Poke its eye.
I mean, I'd like to examine the altar to see if there's anything particularly special about it, but otherwise,
yeah, so
I'm just going
how are
to.
you examining it? What's your intended purpose of doing that? You just kind of like looking at it closer now that you're up near it. You trying to manipulate it, touch it, move it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably like run my hands over the
Pop it.
various like edges of it.
Okay. Would you
see if
allow
there's any
yourself
moving
to
parts.
touch the symbol on it? Would you avoid the symbol? Are you trying to just do like touch its limbs or whatever thing? Not. I don't think it actually. Has limbs,
I
but-
mean, I don't. If does it represent a person? Is that what it is?
No, actually, I don't think so. I think I might have been conflating that. Give me one sec. I gotta double check now. No, it's an altar actually, so it's not a statue. So it's just the symbol on it. So yeah, I guess you run your hands along the contours. It's just more. Are you
Yeah, on the
avoiding or
contours.
touching? Yeah.
But otherwise, like I don't feel anything tangible, like secret compartment kind of thing.
No, you don't. And if you
I'd
are
probably just
basically-
present the symbol I found in the caves
so
before.
before it goes that far, it would really be basically the moment that your hand touches over this symbol. Let me see. I need to check something. Yeah. So the moment that your hand kind of runs along the symbol, if you're not being careful to avoid it, you would actually watch as a stoppered flask suddenly appears in a shimmer of light right atop the altar, kind of floating in the air. And a luminous blue liquid just shimmers and fills this vial rapidly. And then as soon as the light stops glowing, the vial begins to fall to the floor. Mace, I think you're the only one in the room, so you're the only one that has a chance at catching it. And I need you to do a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Dex save.
You can do it.
Okay.
Oh,
So you do
okay.
indeed manage to catch the flask. I will tell you it doesn't look like any potion Mace has ever seen. And even if you are to try and do the classic taste test, smell test with this, it will not work. Identifying this requires something a little bit further than that traditional kind of potion check.
Okay.
Drink it. No balls.
No, not now. I haven't attached them yet.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I'll probably pocket it, and as I'm preparing to just bust another wall to get out of this area, um, I'll probably like at the very least pay my respects to Mistral or whoever is listening. Be like, okay, well, uh, this at the very least you let me enter this space and didn't outright harm me, so yeah.
Hmm.
Thanks to whoever being is out there and has nothing better to listen to. And I'll just bust the wall and get out of here. So
Yeah,
just roll another
absolutely.
attack.
So give me that roll, and then we'll just have you open, I don't know, like right here. Okay, next to you. That works too. So
Yeah, no, that's fine.
either or. Doesn't really matter.
I'll get near
So
the stairs and I'll
as he
call up.
sees you kind of like breaking the wall again, I think Leif is going to jump down the hole with his echo, because he thinks it's cooler, and then walk out behind you.
Oh,
Fluzak, whatever
sure.
you want to
The
do.
echo
You can
takes
do.
1d4 of fall damage and
Yeah,
disappears.
yeah, if only. But no, Mace didn't have to, so we won't make the echo either. But yeah. Otherwise, I guess, is the party just going to leave the tower, or?
I believe so.
I would go
Oh,
down a floor and ask Mace what happened.
well, the altar kind of spawned this potion-looking flask, and I don't know what it is, and it doesn't really smell of anything, and I'm hesitant to taste it. So,
Did
uh,
you try to get it to spawn another one?
no, honestly, it kind of floated in the air and fell on the ground almost as if it was supposed to break. So, I don't really want to tempt fate like that.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
But I
Leif,
mean,
do
oh,
you want to try to catch one?
The echo is already turned around, just like running its hands on the statue, and nothing's happening. And Kara, you
oh,
just hear him being like, "This is bullshit. Why isn't it working for me?" He
Somebody
sullenly
touched
walks
something.
back over.
well, I'll probably try and have Aline identify this. She's the only one who can, I think. But yeah, for
Professor
now,
Scant, maybe.
maybe. Uh, but unless there's anything else that Plusak wants to do here, Mace will just kind of beeline to the exit.
On the way out, I think Leif should touch a statue.
So I guess if you say that, he'll touch a statue. Leif's ain't no bitch. He'll push one of these statues in here, and nothing really seems to happen. But as he
Okay.
touches it, his echo also just like rapidly just vanishes, as if basically he's like, "Ha, even if something did happen, it's not gonna happen to me." Fuck it, he says that to Kara. But yeah, at that point, I guess you guys are just gonna you done with the building.
I think so.
I would tell Mace not to touch the statue because Leif took damage and his echo went poof.
Oh, well, thanks for the heads up.
Okay. So at that, as you guys walk out, you would see, Kara and Feline and Leif is now standing up again, moving like normal, are all hanging out. Um, yeah, I guess that's it. We will go back to the big overview map. And what does the party want to do?
I guess Phil and Kara and Valim and Mace.
Try
If
to
you
get
want
the
to,
potion identified, yeah.
you want to see if Professor Scant can identify it, or
So Valine
I
would
think
tell
Valine
you.
mentioned that she had identify.
No, she would tell you she has detect magic if you'd like her to try and use that.
Sure,
And
yeah.
Professor Scant does not have the ability to do any sort of identifying, unless it is Elverquist. He could tell you a lot about that.
Okay, fair enough.
So let me see. Valine. You wanted her to use detect magic on it? Does it even have something?
And do you guys want to go back?
So I guess she could see it is magical in nature, and it seems to be of the illusion school. But she can't tell much beyond that.
What again?
She uses
Magical in nature of the illusion school.
Correct. Yeah. So she's going to use detect magic, so she can see it has a magical aura of the illusion school.
Okay. Hmm. Well, at the very least, it should be harmless. Maybe it's a disguise self potion.
It could be invisibility. It could be alter self. It could be a lot of
I mean,
stuff.
if someone taste tests the potion, they learn what it is.
No,
Can't.
not
No,
for this
not
one.
this
I already
time.
clarified that for Mace. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that part. My mistake.
I
You're good.
I feel like, this is just personal opinion, of course, but I feel like if you taste test potion to tell what it is, you should suffer some minor effect.
Like a
Yeah,
side
I mean,
effect,
turns
or
invisible.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
no,
that's
if
one of
it's a
those
potion
things.
of polymorph, maybe your ears turn to donkey ears or something, you know?
Well, I mean, a potion of polymorph gives you advantage on stealth checks. I thought, right? It changes your color or your. It doesn't matter that much, but it's one of those.
As far as I know, polymorph just changes your form and adapts your
I'm
stats to
thinking
whatever
of
the new form is.
polychromy or something. I don't remember which it is now.
You're thinking of
Polychromy is
polychromy, yeah.
color. Polymorph is physical
Gotcha.
characteristics.
okay.
Regardless.
You guys
Okay.
want to go back to the statue that we saw coming in and investigate that was laying prone at the entrance? Or do we want to go to the arena, or do we want to go to another tower?
So, I'm looking around at the map area, right? And it seems to me like there would just be way too many towers if each of these outer buildings were a tower that we need to go into.
Why?
Well, there's like what, 3, 6, 12. Yeah, there's like 12 of those.
Okay. But not each
Uh,
one necessarily has to have information on the center spire ritual, right? So, like, this one didn't have anything. We're not sure if this is a tower that we need, like, if these towers we need to continue to go to, or if this was just a tower that had.
Just looking at the
Potion.
map,
But the thing is,
these
the thing
all
that
seem
goes,
to have symbols on them.
and they have different colors. That's what I was kind of looking
might
into.
actually mean something.
Well, everything's green and purple, right? Those rooms that we're going into, some rooms are green, some
All
rooms
right,
are
but this
purple.
one's blue. This one's orange. This one's
That one's red, this one's yellow.
That one's yellow.
Yeah. So I think those might more likely be the towers that we're looking for. I mean, that's just what I think, though. I don't know how everyone else feels.
I will tell
Okay.
you, each one of those towers as well stands tall and, undeteriorated enough that you would believe they are all explorable, at least at a distant glance. So take that as you will, but they are actually there.
Okay.
So,
So what do you guys want to do then?
I mean, I'd like to check one of those first, before we go into another one of these
That
edge
way?
area ones.
Is that what we're thinking?
I'm not sure I see a line.
I should have drawn a line from the tower A to the arena to the tower with the blue light, but if it's not
Don't see
showing
it.
up, I'll.
Oh, there
There
it
it
goes.
goes.
Oh, now it is. Yep. Yeah, we can pass by the arena, I suppose. No harm done.
All right, so that's our route. We're gonna
Everyone
head
in the
towards
giant
the
shadow.
By the way, since we're out now,
Are you
where's
guys stopping by
the
the statue, by the way? I just wanted to set something up if need be on that.
so what about the statue?
Pluzak
Are we
mentioned
going back to the giant statue that's laying prone at the entrance of the city?
Oh,
I mean,
Like
how
there.
far away from it is? It's just
It's
at the
basically
tip.
yeah, it's basically that where you just pinged.
I mean, it's
So-
not that far away. We can look at it and find out anything about it, and then head back. It's
We'll call it, 55 to get back to the the arena, so it would be basically just 10 minutes to go there and then to the arena.
Yeah, I
So,
don't see why that would be a problem.
oh, actually, was it 10 or 5? I think it's 5 minutes each. So it'd be only 5 minutes to go there and then to the arena, even less. So, okay. So when you guys approach the statue, it's like I told Pluzak, it's laying face down currently. Are you guys going to try and move it or anything? Do you just want to examine it how it lays? What's the intent there?
I would like to look at it to see one, if it's humanoid or animal, beast, right? To figure out what it is. If it's wearing clothes, what type of clothing it's wearing, and I'm assuming it's made out of stone.
I'll try to roll it
Yes,
over
it
and
is
see what's up,
indeed made out of stone. So give me a
or
sec.
even
If
try to
you-
lift
okay.
it back up.
So if you want to roll it over, Kara, just give me a strength check, with advantage, of course, with your massive size.
Your massive thighs.
Yes, those two. Technically, it doesn't
Um,
correct.
Strength save or strength check?
It's strength check.
15.
Okay. Let me go here. 1 sec. Okay.
You can roll higher with athletics,
So
but that
as
wasn't
you
on the
roll it
list.
over, you do find it reveals something far more gruesome than what you would have expected. The
Oh, that ain't just
long
right.
humanoid legs and arms are, I mean, this thing is basically the same size as you, but they are, gangly and ending in kind of these clawed points. And you find that there's no face on its head-like structure. Instead, it has a mouth along its stomach, and you all would essentially see this thing.
Oh, jeez.
It is fully stone. It doesn't have a hammer nearing, in its hand. It's if anything laying on the ground a bit of ways away, kind of covered in frost. You might not even have noticed it normally. But yeah, this is what the statue looks like, but it's completely made of stone.
I think
No
for the
eyes.
first time, I have no clue what the hell that is.
So,
I do a quick sketch of it in my journal.
Absolutely.
Question marks all around it. And then I
Oh.
write Karas, question mark.
Oh my god.
Hey. But otherwise,
So,
yeah, that's kind of
any thoughts on what the hell this thing is?
I know what. I know
Might find
it's
out in a day.
not. Well, how did it even turn to stone?
I mean, there's
Is
spells
there
that do
a
that.
gorgon in this place? Like,
This is a statue, isn't it? What do you think this was in worship to?
are we sure it's a worshipping statue and not sort of like a guardian, like, don't go into my city or else kind of statue?
I don't know. I don't know this civilization. Ask the experts. Looks to Voline.
I'm not actually 100% sure what this is either. And she'll fish out Professor Scant, and he'll just be like, I'm not sure. Let me, And let me just check something quick. So I guess as Valine walks around it to give him a better view, he would actually kind of go, oh, yeah, okay, yes, this is a salud. It means faceless in the Netherese language. Although I do believe it's sometimes referred to as a tomb tapper. They like to descend into the Underdark and search for artifacts. I've heard tell of them, but never actually seen one in person. They're supposed to be quite dangerous. I guess this one must have been killed to be here like this.
So there are giants that roam around that have a stomach that could swallow a person whole.
They
And they
also
turn to
can,
stone
I
when they
believe,
die.
sense magic and burrow through the ground.
So they're like the elite level loot goblins.
I don't know what that loot goblin is. I've never met one of those, but I've met a goblin, and they're quite different.
Giant monstrosity tomb raiders. Great.
I mean,
I
just
wanna
don't
look around.
Just don't have any magic items that they might looks at you, Kara.
Looks
Clutches
looks
Chance.
at the orb.
The fucking Spider-Man meme of both of you just standing there pointing at each other.
Your weapon's gonna be taken. You can be taken.
It's literally Professor Scansby like, point at her right now. She's doing it to me. Point at her to Valine.
Kara will survey the area for signs of battle, I guess, to see if something killed this thing.
Okay. I mean, you basically be able to tell.
Let me rephrase. Did Auril's people kill this thing?
No, it seems too old for that. And now that you're looking closer at the body, you do see kind of wounds that look like weapon wounds. It's tough to tell, of course, because again, it is all stone. So the stone would have kind of made those less obvious. But you would believe that this was probably killed by something else within the last 10 day. But not Auril's minions, not necessarily. The frost on it seems more from her having passed through when it was laying on the ground, more so than you disturbed most of the frost. It doesn't look like it was
So
frozen
they
to death or anything.
eat artifacts or they collect them?
He would be able to clarify. Let me see. What would he have possibly learned? Oh, dogs are going crazy. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so he'd probably be able to tell you that he's heard rumor that essentially they search for artifacts that they then kind of create treasure hoards out of.
Like
it's
dragons.
possible, by his judgment, due to the fact that they were made by the Netherese, there could be some sort of reverence for magic that they have in general. So it might be more like they're collecting them out of a source of that than anything, but he's not sure. It's not like he's ever really interacted with one of them before. It's just rumors and things that he knows from the Netherese having created them to begin with.
Okay. It's a good thing this is dead. And we wouldn't want them trying to steal from us.
You assume this is the only one.
Bluzak is sad he can't revive this in any way.
This is where Mace put his metaphorical Wii Remote wrist wrap around Chance. Yeah.
Chance just like wraps one of his tentacles around your wrist a little. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna say it took you guys like 5 minutes to search that thing, learn about it,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
fine.
you can head to the arena from there, unless there's any more searching you want to do.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. All right, so let me pop you here. You guys should see a map of an arena of some sort. You'd be coming in from the southern area. So let me check something. Just gotta check when something happens.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Yeah, so as you're approaching, essentially what you see is the air around this amphitheater is charged with static. Cracked steps descend to the stadium floor, where a tiny glittering object rests on a pedestal of black stone. 3 metal masts rise from the arena like gigantic tridents, each one emitting a low hum. The branches of each trident are 25 feet off of the ground and extend 50 feet into the air. So essentially the platform that you see here is the black pedestal, and of course the masts, the 3 lines in the center are representing those pitchfork masts. So.
Well, I know an arena when I see one. What do you think they played here?
Yes.
I never learned to play properly, but don't you need like a board with squares for that?
Do you not see the squares on the arena floor?
Well, they're all kind of the same color.
Yeah. Well, once blood is spilled on them, they change colors.
Ah. That's why I never learned Can't Bleed.
You play a very different game of chess than I'm familiar with.
When it's in arenas, it's like this. I mean, the dragon chess set is much different.
Were you very good at chess, Puza?
No.
Hey,
It's not like we're
the last
like we're
person that
throwing
talked to me
small
about
children in
chess, I
there.
gave a wedgie. I'm kind of getting bored of this conversation. Can I go check what's on that platform? As he points down to the glittering object.
Leif, that's Leif.
Yes, yes.
Um, go ahead with your echo.
Hmm. Oh, okay. So he's going to. I need to just check distance from him. Is it within 30? So the echo would, I guess, kind of walk over that way.
Could also move Leif like 5 feet forward, and his echo could get the whole distance.
No, it's fine. He can still go there. It would disappear at the end of his turn. Um, but seeing as he's not in Echo Avatar, he can't see through its eyes. So the Echo appears. It goes and like looks at this thing, and then it just kind of like waves at you all. It like waves you all to come its direction.
Okay. I'm guessing we have to go down the stairs.
If you want to.
Well, if everyone's going down, Kara will just
I'm gonna
gracefully
I'm gonna
descend.
stay like right here.
Okay.
A little leap.
So, as you guys kind of walk down the stairs, at least in terms of as soon as I would say the first actual creature puts foot down in the arena, a dome of crackling electricity suddenly encloses around you all. I would say Leif moved forward.
What
Valine
the
moved
shit,
forward.
Shadow Leif?
Yeah, I'm technically I don't know if he counts as a creature, so I figured I'd wait till someone actually physical stepped in. So
Last time we're doing this.
any creature, well, yeah. So at that point, a shimmering head and the shoulders of a woman blink into existence above the arena floor. Electrical currents course over her. Course over her metal teeth, I should say, and her form stutters and flickers as she speaks in a strange language. Of course, Valine will pull Professor Scant out of her bag as soon as she hears this, as it is, of course, Laros. And Professor Scant would basically say, "Oh, so she said a new challenger enters the arena. You have 30 seconds to choose your teammates for a game of Chain Lightning." That's probably
I
closer to
don't
10
like the
now.
sound of this game.
So, is everyone participating?
Oh.
A game of chain lightning.
So Leif's echo kind of walks back over to the group, by the way, and it's like pointing at itself, like, "Can I help?"
I don't think you can, but
I don't think it's going to let us out unless we play the game.
So at that point, seeing as there are 6 of you, the head has given you your 30-second count in its own mind, and it's going to summon up a rival team to compete against you all. So you would notice on the other side, make sure I'm making them, yeah, the other side of the arena would appear essentially 6 humanoid creatures that look to be kind of shimmering blue people made of kind of magic energy. Almost similar to Leif's Echo to a degree, actually. And they're just going to start spreading out around their side of the arena, or at least trying to create some sort of line. Kind of,
Hey,
it's
Scant.
not a bad way to put it, Claw.
Scant is
All right. So,
what is this? Have you heard anything about this?
not particularly, honestly. I'm not sure at all. So, best of luck, I guess.
I'm going to do something I haven't done in a while, and I'm going to briefly just consult my gods. Be like, you ever heard of this game before?
Your gods would respond, or at least specifically Freya would speak to you as rapidly as she could, seeing as the game is about to get started. I know not, but I can ask Thor to at least bless you, so the lightning will be on your side. And I would say, though, Mace, for you, you do have a contract with the God of Lightning. I'm just going to remind you, if you wish to
That is true.
ask as well.
Well, this wouldn't. Would this count as the help that she offered? I don't think so, right?
Hey, you've never tried to ask.
I mean, I'll try to talk to her and see if she's willing to lend me some information.
Okay, so what sort of
What's
thing
the
do you think
Norse
you're going to
god?
ask
Is
her?
there a Norse god of games?
I'm pretty sure there's one.
I think Loki actually might be related to games and trickery.
In Norse mythology, Ulz is a god
Is it Ulz?
associated
Okay.
with skiing, winter
One of the
sports,
older
and
ones,
hunting.
if I remember correctly. Regardless, what if
Yeah,
anything would you
I'll
like to
ask
ask?
her. Um, huh. Uh, if she could tell me about the best ways in which I can avoid being fried in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So she will respond to you, not that you know the response from Kara's gods, but in similar, she says, I am not sure about this game, but I can tell you that I can at least bless you so that the lightning is more to your assistance than harming you. And so, because the two of you have done that, I will tell you this will not necessarily be the same for you two. But everyone else, every check that I'm about to have you make is going to happen at disadvantage. Kara and Mace, certain ones will be, others will not. I'll try
Okay.
and let you know. So, as the game is starting already, I do need. It's going to be an athletics check from everyone, but we got to be careful here because it's a very odd dexterity athletics check, not a strength athletics check.
Interesting.
So, if you have proficiency in athletics, you get to add your proficiency bonus, but it is your dex modifier being added, not your strength modifier. So this probably comes out on top for people like Kara, not so much for others. So in this instance, everyone, please roll me that check, and do so at disadvantage for all of you.
Disadvantage. So
Right. So
I think these
athletics.
checks are made at a -3 for me then, so I'm just going to subtract
Yes, that's
3
also
from
what I'm
all of
doing.
these.
So, with Leif at least. So yeah, Leif's at a 9, Pluzak at a 2. Actually, Pluzak, is your dex higher than your strength?
No.
Okay. Kara's a 13.
Let me see if I can tweak athletics so that
Valine.
it rolls with dexterity.
Where's my die? Valine needs to do 2d20s. The lesser is that plus her dex. Is 5 for her. Okay.
Nope.
And
So it's
then
D20 plus.
Rick, I'm going to make that roll again real quick just to test the new thing.
yeah, I mean, we're
put
gonna
up
have to
the
do
wrong
this roll again in a
category.
minute, so it's fine one way or the other. We'll
Oh,
Never
see.
mind. That one's wrong.
I needed to. Where are they? There we go. Thank you. So this is that, and that's it. Okay. So do we have all 6 of you? I'm missing someone. Leif, Valine, Mace. Oh, Leif needs to do a second one for his echo. That's why.
Global skill modifier. There we go. I can put one in
Oof,
there.
Echo's doing worse than Leif himself. Okay. So, let me do this quick. I need to do these. Okay, and that's going to be plus that on all of them. Okay, so.
Okay, I got it to work. Cool.
Yeah, okay, so then this is that. So essentially, what happens once you guys, do these rolls, or what these rolls are for, I should say. As the sport starts, I guess we can call it, an iron ball magically appears in a random location on the arena floor, perfectly equidistant between you and your opponents. So we'll use this little gray outlined white dot to represent that. Everyone kind of beelines for it, and the opposing team is going to be the ones that will actually end up with it first, as they ended up with a higher number than you guys. So,
Ooh, okay.
at this point, being in control of the ball, I need them all to do something. Hold on. Ah, okay. So, I actually still need you all to once again do the same check. It's going to be a dexterity athletics check.
Disadvantage or
Hold on, I'm
regular?
checking right now. I'll let you know. So at this point, it is still all at disadvantage. Sorry, give me one more second. I want to make sure on something.
Why are we getting disadvantage in this?
You're at disadvantage because you guys don't know the rules.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So anywhere that the rules being the difference is going to be a disadvantage. Anytime that there is an electrical effect involved, you and Kara will at least have some more meaningful, you know, not advantage per se, but
Can I cast
Every
guidance on myself before this?
yeah, you can do guidance. That's fine. I don't see any reason why not.
as the game is playing, let's say like every round, can I do like an insight check
Yeah,
to see
I
if I
have
can
to do
figure
this.
out what they're doing?
No, there's a place you could technically have learned the rules. You just would have had to go there first. So it's just kind of luck of the draw. You didn't go learn. So let me do another one of these. And like I said, I need everyone to do their new checks. So let me see. 1, 2, and okay. Then you guys. So Leif needs to do 1, 2. So that's interesting. Okay.
Strength, right?
You just do an athletics check, and then what is your dex versus your strength?
Strength is 4, dex is 0.
So you would have a -2 on whatever you're rolling for athletics, because it's your dex instead
Okay.
of your strength. Um,
Uh,
so Kara is
-2 on the
14.
15 is 13.
Kara's a 14. You're a 13. Pluzak doesn't succeed either. Okay, one second. Check something.
I'm a 5. Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, one of the ones up here will actually toss the ball up over the masts in front of it, and the ball will become heavily electrified as it passed through the masts, as lightning seems to jump from them to charge the ball. Hold on one sec. Yeah, okay. As the ball re-lands on the ground, however, it does become free game again. So everyone please go back and roll another disadvantage dex athletics check to see if you guys can make it to the ball first. So 2 for Leif.
Can I be cheeky and try to telepathically pull this thing?
No. I mean, that would basically be how you get the ball if you happen to roll high enough, but you still need to do
Okay.
the roll. So,
Just asking questions.
Absolutely. No, totally fair to ask.
All right, so that's a 12 for me.
Mm-hmm. And then... Nope.
Which is sad, is because some of these are good rolls. They're just getting nerfed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, right. Very fair.
Okay. Can I...
So...
Actually, whoever
just
rolled the
not
lowest,
rolling.
I'm going to give an Enherar die to.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Lowest...
Oh, that's another one for me.
Lowest would probably be Mace then, in that instance. I will tell you at this point that one of them has already crit to get the ball. So unless Mace manages to crit there, which I didn't think... or sorry, Valine I still need to roll for. Yeah, no, she didn't either. So they will end up with the ball again. Once more, athletics checks. Just keep rolling them. We'll get through it eventually.
And these are all dex based?
Yeah, these are still the dex ones. I'll tell you when it switches to the strength one. So that's fine. So at this point, Leif is that. That's Pluzak. That's Kara. Mace, can you give me the dex check again?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong thing. I didn't do twice on that.
Athletics, yeah?
Yeah, the athletics still, yeah. So she's a 3. And then
Hey.
Mace has got a pretty high one. Okay. So then the other team has to roll theirs. 1, 2, just 2. And you guys are 1, 2. Okay, so it's equivalent, not more. Yeah. Okay. So essentially, they try and throw the ball at you guys. It's falls short. It doesn't seem to go close enough to hit anybody. It's still electrically charged, and it falls to the ground. And you need to do the scramble again. More rolls as it goes. So Leif and his Echo, Valine, and the enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, they get the ball again. More rolls.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is one of those ones. I don't mind the attempt on,
Fucking.
making a game out of it, but sometimes it just gets a little crazy. So 13, 11, 14. Bluzak, what's your actual number on that? Oh, it's the same for your Dex and Strength, so it would be a 17. Okay.
Yep.
And then they have to. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. They have to do this. Okay. So at this point, they have the ball. They can actually make a throw. It has to choose a player and actually try and hit your AC. So I think I'm going to have it throw the ball towards Valine. She looks weakest to them. So D20. The ball misses her. So once again, do your scrape to get it. I will say, because the ball is on your side of the field this time, no disadvantage. So let's see if you guys can
Spike
regain
'em.
it. And athletics.
Do they also roll?
brave. The same roll, but this time no disadvantage.
Oh man.
And Valine. And the enemy.
Ugh.
Okay, so 1, 2,
Let's go,
3
Bluzak.
versus. Thank you, Kara. It was 1, 2. Oh no, just 1. 1, 2.
I
Bluzak,
think the
where's your-
way.
Oh, I didn't see the one up there. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, it's 1-on-1.
Yeah,
I
so
have
they will
2.
get. They still end up managing to get control of the ball again. It is still electrified. They will
I
try.
thought
and-
you said it lost electricity.
No. It's still electrified until it hits someone.
Oh.
Oh no, wait, nope. You're right. I'm misreading. If it's thrown and misses, it loses. Yeah, okay. So it's no longer. Regardless, it is another disadvantage contest this time.
You know, it dawns on me we're basically playing Netherese Dodgeball.
That is exactly what you're doing.
Great.
So that's 2. Oh no, it's only 1 actually, and then 1 and okay, 1, 2.
And I'm assuming we have to have the majority beat the other
Correct. Yeah.
team in order to get the ball.
Correct. In this instance, it's a tie, and I need. This time it's
Bluzak
actually.
to roll the tiebreaker.
No, this is actually the true strength athletics, so no minus on this one. And I
Okay.
will let you guys do it at normal instead of disadvantage, because you're just kind of fighting over the ball at this point, which I don't think there's really a rule
Yes.
I
preventing
crit.
that. Yeah, so we're going to say that you guys definitely managed to acquire it this time. The ball is not charged. You can now choose to. We have to do another roll quick, but you can, if you choose to throw it at the tines, there's an AC for getting it through them. If you choose to throw it at an enemy, you can just throw it at them. Oof.
Well,
I
they
do
made it a
need- I just
point
do
to
need one more set of dexterity rolls. Regardless, you just do them straight. It doesn't really matter at this point.
dex rolls.
Correct.
Yeah.
All of us, or just
Yeah.
Kara?
The same athletics rolls, all of you. Believe it or not. Yeah.
Okay.
You needed a point to what?
Um,
dexterity rolls for getting the ball?
Yeah, no, but you were saying something, Chris?
Yeah, yeah.
I was saying that they made it the point to electrify the ball, so we should probably do the same thing.
It's your call.
So does it electrify when it passes through one of these arches?
Correct. Yes. You
Yeah.
would either choose to throw it through the arches at this point, at which point it would fall back to the ground, and you have to scramble for it. And if it's a high enough DC check on the throw, then it will get electrified again. Or you can choose to throw it at the opponents, as they have done at you, and see what
I
happens.
guess, yeah, throw it at them.
Throw it at them or electrify? Just straight huck it at one of them?
I thought you want it
Uh,
electrified and then throw it.
Yeah, electrify it and then throw it.
All right, so I'll throw it through the loops then. What do I need to do for that?
So just a ranged attack. So your usual D20 plus a dex roll.
Plus dex? Okay.
Yeah, because it's a ranged attack, right? As usual.
All right. Look at a -3 from this because I don't have one set up for that.
That's
So
fine.
it's a 21.
Very good.
Yep, 21 is fantastic. So the ball goes up through the arch next to Kara and will land on the ground here, and we need to do another scramble. So disadvantage. Actually, at this point, we'll just do it normal.
Normal? Okay.
Yeah, you guys have done enough rounds. I think you're getting the idea of when the scramble happens.
Oh, I double clicked. Go with the top one.
It's okay.
8.
So it was 17 and 16 for Leaf. Actually, no, minus. I forget where's Leaf at. Minus that money. Okay, cool. To do Feline and. Oh no, I already did them. Okay. Right. So, yeah, you guys definitely came out on top on that one. You get to grab the ball again, whoever on your team, and then again we need to do a another same check as we just did. 2 for Leaf, and
Why is he getting 2?
1 for his echo, 1 for him.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So
I think that's my best
Ugh.
roll yet.
Paluzaic. Alright, so yep, you guys are definitely surpassing them. Someone has a chance to make the throw if they want. You guys technically are, what that check is there is you're like passing the ball between each other and all that to get it set up in position to throw. So if you want Kara to throw it again, that's fine, but if someone else believes they have a better chance at hitting a ranged attack, you can also give the ball to that person to throw. So whoever wants to roll the actual attack is whoever you want to decide.
I vote that Leif does.
Leif does it. Ranged attack from Leif, huh?
Isn't it?
It's a
It's a-
strength attack, right? Isn't it?
No, it's a throw. It's a ranged attack.
It's just
Just a flat D20 or?
D20 plus dex. Same as any other
I
ranged
see.
attack.
I get it.
I have a
yeah,
dex
Kara,
of
go ahead.
+3.
Go ahead.
Either or.
thanks a lot, Mallow. Just saying, screwing the party. He's not even here.
Oh.
So go ahead, Kara. Just
So that's a 26.
yeah,
Make
that'll
sure you don't
absolutely hit.
cut that.
So
know,
at
don't-
this point, since you have struck with the ball while it is electrified, the ball. Do you have any particular one you were aiming for?
First victim.
Sure. So the ball's gonna clonk on that guy. When he gets hit, the ball definitely hits him solid enough so that the ball alone hitting him, you can tell, kind of knocks the wind out of him. And then immediately afterwards, a arc of lightning shoots from the ball and hits another player on their team. So because you have managed to electrify and then hit one of them, it actually gets rid of, if the thing wants to, 2 of them. And then the ball falls back to the ground. At that point, the scrum occurs again. So let's give back to the top of the athletics rolls.
I see why it's called chain lightning.
And let me do Feline
Pretty cool
and that.
concept, actually.
Yeah, it's a fun concept. It's just a lot of rolling.
Wait,
Alright,
I didn't roll. What do you do?
so
Like,
1,
Oh,
forgot
I'm
Mace.
just look at how many numbers are up there. I was trying to keep
Yeah,
track of
you're
them
good.
all.
You're good. So, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yep. Okay, you guys managed to actually get the ball again. And we need another set for the passing and all that.
Bearing it
26
up.
for me.
1, 2.
You yell at Pluzak and he
1,
steps up his game.
yes. Yeah,
He
really.
just needs the encouragement.
Yeah, Pluzak needs a coach, a life coach. All right.
Mace has got to roll.
Yes, we do need another mace roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
Claw.
Yep.
Another athletics roll. Thank you. Okay. 1,
There.
2, 3. Okay, so they actually came out on top of you guys on that one. So they will get the ball. They're going to attempt to do a charge. What's that plus what?
If they eliminate Kara, we're fucked.
Ooh, they did not quite make it through the spines, so the ball just falls to the ground uncharged. Another scrum. 2 for Leif. 1 for Valine. All of them.
I'm choking.
Uh-oh.
The rest of the team did it though.
Yeah, you guys definitely came out on top, so you get the ball, Kara.
Show the nerds what the jocks can
another-
do.
Yeah, exactly. Another scrum.
Nerds with the shock can do. Yeah, I'm gonna electrify the ball again.
Ooh, Leif is not doing well this time. Let's see. 1.
Oh, I didn't even roll yet. Hang on, sorry.
Yeah, need the athletics check first. So 1,
20.
2. Yeah, so at this point, so
Where's Valine
I'm
rolling?
not. Valine is. I have it on GM just because of
Okay.
the other ones as well. So at this point, one of the things I'm not describing very well is essentially you guys are all in the middle of a scrum around the ball, right? So Kara picked the ball up, and at that point, the other team were trying to keep it away from her. It's kind of like basketball in that sense. So they're starting to try and slap the iron ball away from you. That's why the 2 rolls is occurring. In this instance, you were able to recover the ball, but one of them was able to knock it away from you before you guys could kind of like start passing it around and getting ready to throw it. So we do need to go back to gathering the ball again, as you lost out on the second set. And them.
I lost it. Spoke too soon, man.
Hey.
1, 2,
Mace nat 20s.
3. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna give you the ball on that one for sure, especially with the nat 20.
Alright, Mace has the ball.
Give me set 2 of the same rolls. See if you guys get it knocked away from you again. 2 for Leif. He's okay on 1, 2.
That's a 15 for me.
Yikes.
They got 3 to your.
Where's Mace?
Yeah, I need a roll
Sorry.
from me. So you're good. It's a lot to keep track of. You're good, man.
No, I
1,
just keep
2.
like minimizing my my character sheet.
Oh,
so
yeah, gotcha. All right, so they actually came out on top again. So they were able to knock it free from your hands once more. Back to the top of the rolls.
So 18, 21, 23, 18.
1. Well, Leif's are -3 on all those because it's the dex versus the strength. So 1, 2, 3. Pluzak, what are you at? 18, 4.
Yep.
4 versus there. So this is another one that's contested. So we're actually going to do the normal strength rolls this time. So just normal athletics.
Oh yeah, this is when I screw it up. Fucking
Nice.
After this round ends, I'm gonna Giant's Might to give myself advantage on the strength checks.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's I think fair. I mean, you technically already have it from your size if you want to do another roll. I'm okay with that.
Oh, I've had advantage on these the entire time.
Only the
I thought it
strength
was...
ones, not the dex ones. So
Okay.
this one
then...
you would. For most of them, you have not.
28. Yeah, I'm
there
gonna
you
take
go.
that over the 14.
Absolutely. 1, 2. Well,
What?
gift didn't go. Get fucked.
yeah, I don't know why.
Um,
It's probably done too. Oh, I know why.
I think they did not beat you on this one. Ball is yours. One more
Is
set.
it charged or no charge?
No, no
Not
one's been able to
charged. There
throw
you
it in a bit. Thank you, Cole. Always on point. Another set of athletics rolls when you get a second, boys. Oh, Leif and Zeko rolling the same.
These are the decks.
Hey,
These are the
there we
next
go.
ones, yes.
Carry me, team.
I will
Thank
tell you,
you.
Valine has not rolled above a 5 in, I think, this entire game, so she's really dead weight right now.
So's Bluzak. He
So
needs
we
to be
got
yelled
1,
at.
2, 3.
Well, that's Bluzak's plan.
4,
He wants her to be dead weight.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you guys can definitely throw. Kara, you throwing between the masts, or you throwing at them?
Oh, it's definitely going and getting charged.
Okay, so just roll me a ranged attack. So a 14 is not quite going to be enough. So you kind of try and toss it up between the spines, and it doesn't make it. Falls back to the ground.
Does someone want to return my Enherar to me, and I could use that?
I think Mace had
I don't know
one.
how that
I
works.
believe
Was
I
it-
had it, so yes,
It
you can
it's just
have
a
it back.
reaction for whoever has it to send it back. So
You can have
Alright,
it back, yeah.
I'm gonna roll a d8 and see what I can. 15.
that is enough. Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
What the fuck?
So you shift the winds with your Einherjar powers, and you manage to get the ball
I
through.
just flap my wings.
So the ball is now charged, but we still need to scrum to pick it back up. So back to the top. Let's get our rolls done.
So, and this is what I'm thinking, team. If we charge it, it takes out 2. If we don't charge it, it takes out 1.
I think you're
Okay.
you're probably intuiting pretty well. So that's 2 Mace athletics check for me, please. 3.
Yes, sorry.
1, 2. You know what?
Hey.
Nice, very well done. Ball is definitely yours. Got to do the checks again just to run through the
Passing.
passing. Exactly. Thank you.
Oh fuck!
You're good.
You put that in there
It is
before
what
I
it
could.
is. Don't worry about it. 1, 2, and 3. Yep. Okay. You can choose to throw. Give me that ranged attack again, Kara. It is charged, so I'm just going to assume that you're throwing it at
Yeah.
any of the others.
Why is it double clicking?
It might just be your mouse. Mine does that sometimes too because it's older. A 14 though is just barely enough.
Alright,
So anyone in
Cool.
particular you're aiming for?
gonna hit that one and side spin it to hit that one.
Well, the lightning just jumps off to the closest, so it would be this
Oh.
guy and the guy behind him. Yeah, it's just whatever's closest. Sorry. Charge. Those two will indeed disappear though, and once more the scrum begins. I don't think you guys can lose at this point because they only have 2 d20s. You guys just need to get 2 successes among the party, which has been pretty easy for you, but we'll see. 1, 2. Oh, hey, Valine actually rolled good for once. 3 to their 2 successes, so it doesn't matter. You guys get the ball. Scrum it again.
Yeah, let me put the break in. You know what? Never mind. You're keeping
It's
track.
okay. I'm keeping track. I'm pretty aware of what's what at this point. So 1, 2 to there. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. 1. Yep, you guys are already ahead. So Kara, you throwing through the tines, or you throwing at them?
Pluzak suggested just hitting one directly, so I'm gonna hit one directly.
All right. So give us that ranged attack. 14 or better. Yep, you certainly do. Ball smacks this motherfucker, bounces off. He goes boop, and you are down to 1. Give me that
Call it.
scrum.
Good call.
And then 1 for you. Oh, it's fine. And this. Okay, so 1, 2. You guys still surpass. You get the ball. It's a hard fight where this guy actually makes it to the ball, but because both Leif and Kara are kind of right on top of him, they wrestle it away without issue. Give us that final scrum roll here. See that he doesn't knock it out of your hands by some majestic nature.
How many 14s have I rolled technically because of that plus 10?
I don't know. Good question. But
A lot.
at
Okay.
this point, he doesn't quite surpass between Kara and Leif again. So, Kara, ball is yours. You can throw if you like. Unarmed. Doot to the face as the ball strikes his ass. And finally, the last of them is vanished.
That was pretty fun.
At that point, once the last one vanishes, you would basically see the electrical barrier that's enclosing the stadium begins to dissipate. Starts kind of at the top and then slowly crackles its electricity gone. And at that point, the kind of trophy on the pedestal behind you guys seems to shimmer with a luster as it sits there, kind of essentially looking like some sort of a prize.
Oh, Kara will maneuver over to it and just kind of like pick it up. It's like, what the hell is this?
Is it
So
like a trophy?
yeah, when she picks it up, you would indeed be able to tell it is a trophy cup. Um, I think, yeah, Mace, as you go look at it, I think Mace has got enough kind of smithing experience to be able to tell materials pretty well. So you'd be able
Okay.
to tell at a glance, as you approach, that it seems to be made of mithril. This mithril is
Oh,
also embedded with 3 blue gemstones. You'd believe them to be spindles of some sort, and you can estimate it to be, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 gold, somewhere in that area, in terms of just sheer value of materials and craftsmanship.
nice. Okay, pretty good.
I mean,
For sure.
it's worth nothing if we don't get out of here alive. Blizzak says.
Well, there's one thing that I noticed, and is that when we stepped onto here, the cage thing happened. So maybe we could take advantage of that and deal with the bird, because I don't think the bird is gonna win one of those games.
Actually, not a bad idea if we can lure it down here. Then again, we did have a giant electric field around us. If that didn't pop up any attention, then people are fucking blind.
Mm,
So, much to that point, you guys have been playing this game for at least a fair bit. Not to mention that there was time passed while you were
I'm gonna stuff
searching
the
here.
little trophy into my bag of holding.
So I'm just going to throw out there that it has been about an hour since you first came into the city.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I'm going to need to do rolls for a random encounter. So I'm going to say that we're going to end here for the most part tonight. Of course, you guys want to chat and discuss what just happened. That's fine, but we're not going to move on from this arena until next session. And I'll figure out any random encounters that need to happen in the interim, and we'll have them at the beginning of next session. Or you guys just continue on to wherever you want to go next. I'm going to put us back
Okay.
on the big map just so you guys can start planning, discuss wherever you want to potentially go next and all that. But in terms of progression, I think that's it for tonight.
question.
Absolutely. Answer.
Can we get this map as like an attachment, like we had the map of Icewind Dale,
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
a handout?
Absolutely. I think I can do that pretty quick.
Cool. Whenever,
Uh,
doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, it's
Unless
just,
anyone
is it so that you can
minds,
kind of look at it well on other maps?
Yeah.
unless anyone minds, I think I wanna try and I'm just gonna pocket the trophy thing, 'cause mithril is pretty good for a lot of things, and I can smith something with it.
Sure. I said I stuffed it into my bag, but if you want to put it in your bag of holding, there's no problem with that.
Yeah. Uh, as long as everyone's cool with it. Yeah.
I just collect things until people claim they want them. So
Mace, I'm just going to give you a heads up. As that passes into your hands, Chance would actually say, that
I
looks
wanna
kind
eat
of
it.
good.
there you go.
That looks kind of good.
So tasty, so delicious.
You would
He's gonna
imagine
eat
he's
it.
smacking his
Oh,
lips
it's
if he had
magical
them.
then. Okay, interesting. Does holding it like feel any different, tingly?
I would put it this way. It feels akin to items that maybe you would have had to attune to figure out further. Maybe
I
like
see.
that ring
Okay.
that you found a while back,
Yeah, the moon, the ram.
Might have something more to it if you spend the time to figure it out. Yeah.
Okay. Cha. I'll probably for next session I'll try to do that, seeing as we're just kind of wandering around.
Oh, it didn't. You fucker. 1 sec. Well, I mean, you guys keep
Where do
talking. I'm just trying to do the hand.
Yeah. Where do you guys are we going? We're going for this tower. This
I
blue
think
tower.
that's the next
I
objective, yeah.
believe so. Yeah. Just if that isn't one of the towers we need, it eliminates similar structures theoretically. And then we either go to the Taj Mahal looking thing or this ominous red mouth thing. This looks important.
Okay, save changes. I think that should be in your handouts now.
Necropolis of you. Yep, no, there's a map. We good.
Thank you.
Absolutely. No, it's good call. Let me actually put it under the handouts area, but there we go.
Rick, do we want to edit the token for Kara so if I'm going to be this size for a while, that just when I pull it out, it's that size instead of having to constantly adjust it?
I'm not too worried because ultimately it comes down to whether or not you're even going to be able to be on a map due to being that size, right?
Fair.
So there's definitely, you'll come across maps where, like the tower, we might not even drop you down. So I think it'll just depend on whether you're even there. We'll just always size you up as we need.
Figure out throw the option out.
No, absolutely. I get where you're coming from, and it is one of those things where, like, technically,
It's a convenience check.
Yeah, technically, it is convenient one way, but also inconvenient others. It is what it is,
Wait, so you're huge now, right?
She has
Yes.
officially stopped growing. I would say you all can kind of tell. She ended somewhere roughly around 21 feet.
But then with your giant's might, you can reduce yourself because it puts you at a set size, right?
No, it doesn't.
No, it
Giant's
only
might does
increases
not go
him.
into effect. It only increases. If I was under the size of large, it makes you large unless the space cannot contain you.
Yeah.
It doesn't make you go smaller. It just makes you match that magic.
Yeah, so because he's
I've
already naturally
outgrown the
bigger,
magic.
he just
essentially.
gains the effect of the giant's might. He doesn't
Right,
actually
okay,
grow
okay.
or change size from it. Yeah, he's already too giant to be giant more.
Yeah.
Even if I got the next level of this at like,
It would
well, I
increase your
can't get
damage.
to fighter 18, but
Yeah, it would increase your damage, but technically not your size anymore because you're already at the
Yeah.
size huge. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. All right. Just for my clarification, you said you guys are going to the blue tower next. Was the
Yes.
plan?
yeah.
Cool. Okay. So I'll have that map ready as well. Pretty sure I have that one here, right?
But trapping the rock down here is an interesting thought.
I don't. How do you trap it though? You have it land there.
Well,
Leif's echo goes down there, and then it tries to attack it.
honestly, I could hover above the ground and make it do an attack down on me, and because it's gonna see me before it sees any of you, and once it's coming down and inside the sphere of the envelope of the arena, it can step on the floor.
Okay. Actually, much to that point,
But
while I have
Doesn't
you
it take 30 seconds to activate?
do you guys...
The arena went up instantaneously, from what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much once your foot stepped down on the actual arena itself.
Great note.
I would ask, are you guys trying to intend to hide from the rock? So, because part of what I need to do the rolls for the random encounters is whether or not it sees you, over here. Once the game is done, I mean, are you guys gonna try and hide more? You think, or are you just kind of here at that point?
So I have. Well, I think we're trying to set a trap for it first and foremost, right?
It sounds like that's what you guys are doing, but
For disclosure for the party, I have a crossbow that I was helped manufacture where we went in Dragonland, and it essentially can ground the rock, possibly.
Oh, if that's the case, honestly, it's not going to last a long period of time because once it hits the arena floor, it starts the game, so it'd be on a team regardless. So eventually it's going to win or lose, but that could delay it a significant period of time.
Yeah, see, like I have to believe that the rules of the game are that you need to hit the wizards with the ball. So unless the rock somehow learns that it has to do that, I have to believe that this thing is going to serve as an indefinite cage.
No, because the enemy team would eventually pick up the ball and throw it at it.
Yeah.
Right,
And it would
but
lose.
they would never lose because they're never getting hit with the ball.
But it doesn't matter if they would never lose.
the
If they
rock
win, the
would
game
get hit.
ends.
Yeah, the rock would get hit eventually.
Oh, you're saying it would get eliminated anyways. Okay, yeah.
Eventually, there's no guarantee they're going to hit its AC or whatever, but in the interest of buying time, it could buy us an hour, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something to consider, I guess.
I'm just labeling things, guys. So if you
No, you're good.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you guys are doing it, honestly. I think it's good for you. It gives you some semblance of way to talk about things, and then I can also kind
Tower
of be a little bit
sad.
more.
it looks like a sad tower, doesn't it?
I was going to say it looks like a B1 battle droid, but yeah.
It does with no.
Oh,
Just gonna,
God.
yeah,
I didn't know anybody else would get it, but I guess you would. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
All right. Well, fantastic job, guys. Hopefully, your first taste of Ythryn has been fun. I do think one thing I forgot to mention that I do want to clarify. You guys, once you stepped onto the city, this whole platform is actually at a canted angle. It was
Right.
mentioned last session. The only reason I didn't reapproach it is you would have noticed as soon as you stepped onto this disc that there is some sort of a magic that actually causes you to kind of be pulled
Feel
directly
upright.
down. Yeah, so it works identical to how gravity would to like keep you upright with how the city is. Valine would be able to kind of clarify if there's any questions asked that because these cities used to fly, there was a degree to which they just kind of had these magical forces that would keep people on them more safely as they floated through the sky. So that's kind
So
of what's
that they
happening there.
don't walk off the edge of the world.
Yeah, basically, don't get blown off or whatever. Yeah, it's literally just designed to be safer by pulling them to the ground like that. So it is a benefit.
And to be fair,
you guys'
they were
usage.
experimental wizards. They were probably getting blown off.
Hey, yeah, listen, there's a reason they had to produce that magic, right? It's the classic when you see a sign that says like "Don't
There
do
might
this
be a-
thing." It's because someone did that thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
There might be a random Petcha fucking German suplexing people off of a building.
yeah, dude, you never know, right? So, but yeah, just to clarify that for you guys, so you do have that sense of what's going on there. But I'm excited. I'm glad you guys are here. Everything, when I read through this chapter, this one was the one I think I was most excited for because there's just lots of really fun, interesting things and creatures and whatnot for you to uncover. I mean, much to the point of even the lightning ball. It's a lot of rolling, but it's definitely a really fun little kind of
Yeah. Once you get
idea.
it going, once you maintain a pace with it, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, and like I said, I didn't necessarily do as good a job like truly describing every round in terms of detail, but the concept of like you guys are playing this really weird like physical basketball game where you got to shoot it through the spire to electrify it and then throw it at the enemy and scramble for the ball like fucking rugby, trying to pull it apart from each other and all that is kind of a fun concept. So yeah, definitely interesting, definitely cool. I'm curious to see what you guys run into next time, if anything at all. So we'll find out.
Mm-hmm. I'm a little.
And actually,
I mean,
though,
she's a
I
god,
do
but
also
I'm
want
still
you all to
pissed
do
that she
one
just
more
went into
thing
the center.
for me. Oh, never mind. Nope, never mind. I had my timings wrong. You're good. Never mind. Ignore me. I'll do Galactic Inquisitor.
Stealth roll?
No, unless you want to stealth, you can do that if you're trying to hide from the rock.
I think of the group, I would probably be the most important one to attempt to do that.
If you're doing that, I would ask Pluzak,
Oh,
are you going
turned
to
off
help?
that. Hang on.
well, Pass Without a Trace only lasts for an hour, and I'm curious. Are you moving the rock around over the locations that the rock is over, or
I
are you just
intend
placing the
to.
rock there?
I kind of intend to once the party is like searching through the city. It currently is mostly in the area that you see it above right now. Yes.
Okay. Then I
Does-
would not use Pass Without a Trace right now, and I'm assuming we would also see these other frost giant skeletons, wolves,
Yeah, so being at ground level
snowmounds.
like this without kind of a view of the whole city makes it harder, but they're definitely, what's the term? They're patrolling the city in a way that, yeah, you'll kind of have an idea when they're closer in the sense of like,
Kara will.
here's
see
the deal.
before
I'm
we
always going
see.
to have to roll for random encounters, right? But due to the nature of the size of those things and all that, if a random encounter is occurring, I will generally give you guys a chance at like trying to stealth. and then if you don't stealth well enough and they see you, then you go into the encounter without surprise, and if they don't see you, then maybe you have a surprise round, right? So it's basically just going to be that. There's really not going to be much of, like, I'm not going to add a whole bunch of tokens to the map so you guys can kind of tell what's where. It's just, if you have the random encounter, I'll be sure to give you the heads up on what's kind of closing in and how you want to, you know, potentially
Maybe
react.
as an option, so we have a general idea of where the rock is looking. Maybe like draw a circle on the map or something that represents its
just-
field of vision.
I mean, it's just going to be up in the area. There's really no...
No way to avoid it.
Yeah, kind of. It's just a matter of it's going to be doing, you know,
Whether
perception
it
checks.
notices her or not.
Right, right. At some point, it'll either see you or it won't when it passes over, and just handle it from there. And then keep in mind, it's also technically working for Auril, right? So you don't know what it's going to do yet. For all you know, it's looking to direct the forces, and maybe it's not going to attack you itself just yet. So, I mean, you all are pretty smart to know that that might not be the best case scenario. Like, it would probably still help, but you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes then. I gotta go run the recycling outside.
Alrighty.
I shall go then. But thanks for the session. It was fun.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Glad you enjoyed. Like I said,
Yeah, it was
very,
great. It
very
was
curious to
very
see
enjoyable.
what happens going forward
Hmm.
as you explore this Lovecraftian city of magic doom.
It's very Lovecraftian, but also it's
I
funny
wasn't
because
expecting
it doesn't give...
dodgeball.
Yeah. You also
What you guys
haven't...
didn't see were the two summoned up creatures off on the side at the announcer's desk.
Oh yeah,
Constantly just talking back and forth in the Ross. Just,
in Eldritch.
yeah,
Just it turned into that match at the Las Vegas with the ESPN 8 Ocho.
exactly. One guy just sitting there like, oh, one of them's giant. It's gonna be easier to hit him. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that pays off. You know, classic.
Ooh, that one took a hit in the chest. That's gotta be a couple thousand pounds of force on that one.
Yeah. And the lightning! Oh my! Look at that! Charred corpse and nothing else in remain!
Recycling. I'll be back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Going then. I'll catch you guys
Later,
later.
man.
Have a good night.